Hello, friends. This is Brain from GameBrain.media, and please visit the website GameBrain.media and find the polls section from the top menu up there and participate in our 2021 content poll, my 2021 content poll. I did a channel reset basically. I removed all past content. I'm going to try to start fresh. I don't have an improved connection, I don't have improved living conditions and environment, but I'm just going to keep the window closed and hope for the best. So, with that said, we're going to go fishing. So I've been hammering away, well, chipping away, okay, using an ice pick on a glacier. That kind of chipping away. Trying to beat my walleye record. My current walleye, I believe, is 18.5 pounds. I started off here with, I think, a 17.3, and I have caught successively larger walleye, but I haven't broken into the 20-pound club. So I'm going to check the leaderboard and see if they even still exist. Because my 13.5-pound largemouth from the Florida Everglades seems to be a thing of the past. It looks like the biggest bass now, biggest largemouth, is going to be 12.6. But let's go ahead and look at the leaderboard for those two species specifically. Go fish. What did he say? Walleye or largie? So there's a lot of species to sort through. Large, large, large. Where is it? Yeah, wow. So the current leaderboard is only in the 12.5s. The top 9 fish are 12.5, only up to a 12.556. So not much of a spread between the top 9, and then we drop to a 12.4. So yeah, coming close to a 13. Oh, I'm sorry, mine is 13.434. Yeah, I think so. I don't think I hit that 13.5. That's what I was gunning for. Was trying to get a 13.5. So let's take a quick look at the largemouth. Where to go? There he is. 13.343 on a glow crank, a 3 foot deep, 2/0 glow crank at night. Doesn't have to be at night. They will actually hit that same lure by day, but your chances increase vastly fishing at night. But yeah, that was a fat boy. I loved it. Let's see. What is my current walleye record? I think I said 18.5 and change. Walleye, walleye, walleye. In the 18 range. Here we go. We're in the range. Oh, I was in the range a minute ago. Oh, I'm sorry. I should be in 18, not 13. Duh. Yeah, there he is. 18.52. And that was a glowworm. Um, I don't know what time of day that was. I'm not marking, like I have markers out there, but I'm not marking everything I catch. I might actually have a marker for this one because I was casting off to the right. And yeah, I think that's a thing. Now let's look at the leaderboard on the walleyes and see what um, the current top 10 are. Let's see, historics and walleye. Okay. What is our alphabet? They're out of alphabetical order. All right, so 20.88. Woohoo! Woohoo! The top 3 this week are in the 20-pound range. That bodes very well for us. Oh man, but look at that. Oh, wow, we wouldn't even make the leaderboard until what I say was 18.505 or 502. Let's say it's that, man. I wouldn't even be in the top 22. Wow. Wow. All right, so that's that. Last time I was here, it was a sunny day. And let's look at the weather. Now it's a cloudy day. Damn it. I hate the way the weather just keeps changing even when you're offline. I wish it would preserve where I was last. But now that I'm on a sunny day and I'm on the downslope, I still have a peak to fish, and then I got some night peaks to fish. So Maybe for night peaks I'll do some catfishing just to fill a basket, but you know what? I don't care about that. I don't need the money. Let's just go. We'll cast a little bit, and then we're going to jump to like 3 p.m. I think. And we're going to shoot for walleye on a cloudy day. Yeah, I think it's pretty much a nighttime thing. Man, I used to have all that mapped out in writing on notepads in a folder on my desktop, but since I moved and I'm in this new place, everything is chaos. Y'all know the Lego song? Everything is awesome. Yeah, not so much. Everything is chaos. Totally not part of the plan. I don't know the words to the song I'm making up, but yeah, here I am. Alright, I just won't even say anything about that. Well, this could be interesting, being that it's now a cloudy day. When I left here, it was a sunny day. So let's go ahead and take a shot at the smallmouth. My best smallie, I think, is 9.5, and my goal is to get into the 10-pound club. But honestly, I think I needed to turn that up to 2x retrieve speed. Yeah, much better stop and go action. I really don't know if this is going to be a weather or time of day that the smallmouth are going to enjoy. We're about to find out. Yeah, it's a trophy, 4.89. Okay, so let's go check the smalls right now. Smallmouth bass. Clearly, I've cleared this lake. I've caught every species in common, trophy, and unique using my uni-sheet, UNISHEET uni-sheet. Keyword Troy fishing, one word, TROYFISHING, uni-sheet, like unique, at UNISHEET, space Troy fishing, one word. You will find it at a Steam discussion. There's a spreadsheet. It's a Google spreadsheet. It's shared. It's read only, but you can go to the file, make a copy, save your own copy, and modify it, or you can just choose print PDF. And I'm pretty sure I have it formatted to fit portrait style with half-inch margins and one lake per page. If it's a tiny lake with a few species, there might be 2 lakes per page. But anyway, you'll figure it out. Anyway, yeah, the smallmouth is no longer a 10-pounder. Now that might just be a recent occurrence because 2 months ago I looked and there were still like the top 5 were 10-pounders. Man, it just means that right now, seasonally, maybe I don't know if they're doing things like that with. Is it just a weather system, or are they jacking with the seasons too? Well, I just picked up a 5-pounder on a cloudy day on the downslope of the barometer. See, I don't know if it's true, but from what I've learned elsewhere, the barometric pressure, like the fish can sense atmospheric barometer pressure. And so those humps, like if there's high barometric pressure, I believe it reduces the opportunity for fishing. Wow, man, I'm catching them right next to my boat. And I did hear the fish finder beeping. All right, so let's shoot over at my other smallmouth marker. But before I do that, quickly show you my markers right here, right now. Oh, okay, I'm pointing at, okay, trophy small. I've caught other things there, but once I have a marker, I don't keep remarking and deleting the old one. I just go with that's a basic spot. There's perch out there. There's more perch out there. That one's a unique and that one's a trophy. Okay, but it's also a unique smallmouth bass out there of 7.4. Like I said, my record's 9.5. Got these last these other smallies on the X Series bass jig. Oh, was this one on a pumpkin? No, no. Oh, it was just a regular bass jig. Huh. It wasn't even the X Series, so I should have an improved opportunity right now. So that was a smallmouth spot in the past. And once I bring this in, I'll try to remember to show you that I'm fishing off the boat right now. Whereas in the past, I was fishing next to the lighthouse on the left side of the outlet or inlet. Well, if it's the inlet, then I was on the right side. If it's the outlet, I was on the left side. But the little red lighthouse, I was fishing offshore there, so I could put up a rod stand and throw bait, and that was getting me miscellaneous perch and stuff. So I've been catching these other ones from this angle, pretty close to the boat. So this is the first time I've been out here on the boat. Oh shit, my boat position has shifted since I actually loaded. Huh. I was a lot further out. Oh, I'm not anchored, so I'm drifting. Okay, well, anyway, I was fishing from there, and I could cast out to there. Now I'm on the boat, and I just saw some bubbles out here. Fish breaking the surface. So I'm going to shoot in that area. Let's see if anything comes to it, comes of it. Yeah, I can't drop anchor while I'm cast. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is use the trolling motor, point myself in this direction. I'm only as far out as the lighthouse, so I'm going to get out here a little closer. Oh, look at this, a little action. And oh, that's a deal. I got to get off the front deck, and now I can drop the anchor, get back on the front deck. And now I'm kind of back where I was, and this is where I was picking up the smallmouth closer to the boat than where my markers are. Also, if you're familiar with markers, the marker is a point where your bait, bobber, lure entered the water, not where you caught the fish. So if you've been at a specific lake and you cast way the hell out there at a specific tree and you're drawing in and drawing in and drawing in, suddenly you get a hit and you might only be 40 feet away. So your marker still gets set way out there where you cast. Okay, so there's some action below me, so I'm going to jig slowly all the way up from the bottom, and magic happened. Except, trophy, I'm thinking in a large school, I may not be catching the big boys. Oops. Well, I totally blew that cast. Let's just see. I'll let it sink, and then I'll just jig right here, because look at all this turmoil in front of me. While the fish finder's not going off at all, but I'm only in 30 feet of water. But if I move forward a little bit, that fish finder should start showing some activity. Basically, I think it shows you what's straight down from where the fish finder itself is. So I'm going to cast out a little further and draw my lure through this puddle of chaos. A pretty big puddle, but small section of chaos. Man, I'd really like to toss a bobber. They're pretty deep. Bam, fish right under the boat. Look at that. So that's where I'm getting them. Really tempted to back up, but part of me says don't. Alright, so let's see. I've got a really lightweight rig set up here. Ooh, small minnows. And a 4-aught hook. Let's see. F11 so I can cast further. And let's just toss it. Oh, I didn't check my depth. But hey, let's see if small mins get any action on smallmouth. Like I said, I've been here, done that, caught every fish, every species, used every variety of lure for each unique species and size that they like and the locations they like, and I have markers all over. But I haven't been here in a long, long time. I haven't even played the game in almost 2 months. I played once, I guess, on Saturday, most recently. Yeah, I don't think I'm deep enough. Let's go full depth. Oh, I was full depth. Huh, what do you know? Alright, so let's have a look at the species. And for the smallie, elemental P, QRS, smallmouth bass. For bait, small minnows and shiners. Okay, so I think my next route up has a shiner on it. Yes, indeed. Let's make sure that we go deep. Yes, indeed. And there was boiling fish chaos out about there. So caught those yellow perch on like a daredevil spoon, and another one I got on topwater. Actually, I've had a lot on a topwater lure, so that's pretty good. Should I get that going for me? Sure, that's nice. Oh, that shiner looks like he's on the swim. He's trying to avoid getting bit. Waiting for that bobber to go to just like freeze, and then bam. Oh man, maybe ain't gonna bam. Boom! It is. It did. Right off the bow, and it's a wally. Yeah, I should probably keep tossing that bass jig. Just because, it's kind of like species specific. I know other things will hit it, but with the shiner, I might get anything. That toilet paper is online. I met that guy recently on Twitch. His Twitch name is Uncown. It's like a misspelled version of unknown. Uncown 099. Nice guy. Hung around my stream. Oh, I wonder if my stream overlay chat thingy is working. Oh, wow. It says there's 4 people here. Okay, well, sorry, man. Maybe I should go and turn on my second monitor. Really wasn't expecting that. Didn't realize it is Labor Day, so people might be home and watching. I gotta go hit the power. Oh, man. Plug in the power on the second monitor and plug in the HDMI. Woo. Quick black screen. Oh no. There, it's back. Alright, so. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, my mouse quit working. Oh man, I plugged in that monitor and my mouse quit working. Okay. Unplug. Replug. And now I have mouse. Don't you love PCs? Alright, well, let's see if this monitor lights up. Ta-da! We do have a monitor. Alright, so the boiling water has kind of subsided. I'm guessing yeah, we've moved along in the dip here. I think I'm going to jump to 3 o'clock and try this spot again because, well, you know what? If nobody's catching that 10-pound, they're still catching 10-pound walleyes. So they're not catching, I'm sorry, 20-pound walleyes. They're not catching 10-pound smallmouth. So I'm going to go ahead, move around a chat window to the second monitor. All right, there you go. Ha! What's going on, dude? I saw that you popped into Fishing Planet on my friends list, so wanted to say hello. And now I have chat on the second monitor. All right, let's see. Gonna jump off the bow. Come on. Okay, I'm not. Accidental casts sometimes are some of the best casts. My keyboard and mouse got flaky when I plugged in the second HDMI. That's weird. All right, so man, now suddenly I'm getting some activity in the water. So one last cast with the bobber, one more with the bass jig, and then I'll leave this area and change time. Yeah. Oh, there's the boils. Boil, bubble in trouble. And you know what? Before I go, I'm gonna just scooch forward and see what lights up on the fish finder. I guess there are modern, high quality fish finders that now kind of like spray in front of the boat, but apparently they're less accurate. But the downward sonar bounce, I think that's what it is. Now, somebody else said it's not sonar, it's yeah, maybe it is. Anyway, the downward bounce is the most accurate, and casting out in front of you, it's hard to get the depth read, so you kind of have to be just directly above them and stuff like that. I'd never had one, so let's see. Get off the front of the boat. R. Okay. Z, raise anchor. Now let's get back on the front of the boat. Just troll forward to the bubbles. See, sonar is showing nothing here. So I have never had good use from the in-game fish finder. I mean, I've occasionally seen them, and I've tried to drop a jig straight off the bow. All right, so now here's all the bubbles. Let's go coast right over the top of this, and nothing on the sonar or fish finder. Zytrone. So I'm pretty sure once I get out to that orange buoy, the boat becomes like it's an invisible barrier. You can't go beyond the orange buoys. But you know what? I have never fished that circle of buoys. I wonder. I'm sure somebody has. Oh, now there's a blip. Okay, so let's see. R off the deck, Z drop the anchor, R on the deck, and well, they're still here. Even though I might have drifted over them a little bit. We'll give it a shot. No kidding. So, where did you pick up that tidbit? Was that on one of the developer videos? I doubt they would admit that. So, it has to just be a player or a gamer who saw some fish with the fish finder in the game and made his own hypothesis. Ooh. Yeah, you know what? There might be walleye out here too. Actually, there are. I've caught trophy walleyes out here. Like 9-pounders, I think. But it's a cloudy day. It should be dark day, dark lure, bright day, bright lure. Yeah, I was watching a YouTuber. Okay, thanks for that feedback. I was watching a YouTuber, and he actually, I think he was one of those tournament guys, and he was talking about how the fish finder works. It's based upon the fish's bladder. Like they take in water in order to be less buoyant, so they can swim deeper, easier. Therefore, the fish becomes less or more dense by having water inside of it, and that makes the sonar be able to give you a reading. And he talked about how it calculates depth. You know, it does a ping down, and then at some point, getting the feedback on the way up. If that, it's like it makes two passes. It reads a fish on the way down, it reads the same fish on the way up, and then it ballparks. It's between here and there kind of thing. So he's more or less saying that these things aren't remotely accurate, but they're close. And then he proceeded to drop a rod in and let it roll out, and then he fed out like 40 pounds of line, or 40 feet of line, to the depth that was read there, and bam, he had a fish just like that. I have a private room running. Otherwise, yeah, you could join a friends only room. I usually just do private rooms when I'm streaming because it creates less chatter on the screen, or less, the chat box. And this guy caught this thing, and oh man, that was a guy named Sass Shadow stopped by. He was running a tournament yesterday. We talked about fishing. Wait, was that me and you talking about largemouth bass records? I think that was me and Sass Shadow. But I know I asked you if you've been to the Everglades. You said you're like level 42 or 44, right? Man, let's see what's out there by that frickin' other buoy. You can cast beyond the orange a little, but I don't think you can run your boat out there. Yeah, my connection is a cell phone, So if I'm playing the game and there's anybody else in the game, it takes a toll on my connection speed. It seems like because it's updating data for you and it's updating data for me, and it's trying to stream. So I'm getting a lot out of my cell phone. I'm playing at 1080, but I have to stream at 720 because my phone just can't do that 1080. Well, now I'm really bummed. Cast out towards that orange buoy. Oh, but I am throwing the freaking. I should have thrown the bass jig dingbat. Okay, let's see. That's rod 5, I think. Yep. All right, let's look for another orange buoy we have never been able to hit. And really, I think there's only what one anchor for the buoys, or maybe there's two to prevent it from going up and down and then current. It keeps it in a certain region. But I mean that's a minimal amount of structure. So fishing the orange bobbers, they should really be called. It's probably not as good as fishing around the buoy. The actual buoy, I think the actual buoy has 3 anchors. Oh wow, look at that! Got something. I'm gonna guess that's a perch, but nope, it's a smallmouth. He felt really small. Alright, so this time, let's go for the buoy. And I'm pretty sure now we've entered the pit of the weather. So it's the worst possible time of day to be fishing. In game, 1 hour of game time is 15 minutes of real time. So really I'm 45 minutes away from 3 p.m., which is the next upside of the weather curve. What I think of as the barometer. And I may not, I might be totally wrong about the barometer thing, but I've been watching this one fish, I think it's called Lake Finder or fishfinder.net or .com. I'd have to look it up, but it shows you the weather and current conditions. So I've been just watching. When the barometric pressure is green, it's showing that it's good fishing time, and then when it's red, it's bad fishing time. So I equate that to Fishing Planet's little camel hump weather indicator as high barometric pressure good, low barometric, oops, I think I said that reversed. Low barometric pressure creates the camel hump and fish come to the surface. But high barometric pressure, they go deeper. I probably have that completely reversed, but I should look into that because that'd be something interesting to learn. That website didn't have much of it didn't have a tutorial or anything more than this visual gauge showing a dial with green, yellow, red, and then the poundage of the barometric pressure. And then it had another graph that was like a pin graph or a line graph, and it showed the good and bad times of day throughout the day. It had like the time of day at the bottom, and then a line that showed the barometric pressure, and it was better when the pressure was low, I think. I'm sure there's probably a really good tutorial on YouTube about that. I watched a really good YouTube video about somebody from Fish and Game or Department of Natural Resources, DNR, and they were doing a survey of a particular lake, and they were going around shocking fishes. So they would go shock an area, the fish would become electrocuted and pass out for a little bit. Then they'd use their net real quick, scoop up a bunch of fish, map out where specifically they were on the lake. They would weigh each of those fish. The fish began to revive, and they released them. So they also tagged them. So they put a tag on it, so showing that it had already been tagged. The tag has a number. The number ties back to their log sheet, which becomes entered into a spreadsheet or a computer database. And they were able to track as they came back to that lake like 3 years later. They'd shock an area. Sometimes they'd find the exact same fish in the same area. And he was, they were able to calculate average growth of a largemouth bass is 1 pound per year in a lake with abundant food source. So that's what they were gauging, and that's what they were managing was, there's a whole lot of young bass in here, and there's a very low um, weight gain situation, and there's also a very low minnow count. So they were able to say, okay, we're going to make this lake a catch lake for fish between 1 to 5 pounds or 1 to 3 pounds or whatever they were trying to do is to manage that population because they wanted some old big bass who lived the distance, who were 5, 7, 10 pounders to breed. So they were culling the small fish to leave more food for the older fish or the bigger fish, which were seen as better breeding stock or proof that that was a survivor. So it was really a fascinating lecture. And dude, he just had like an overhead projector, transparencies, maybe a PowerPoint. It wasn't anything fancy. It was done in a cabin. It was, and it was like from 2006 or 2009. So I don't know how much things have changed since just shocking, tagging, and logging fish to manage a population, but it was quite interesting to me because I'm a nerd. All right, let's see. I think I'm going to up anchor, just back up a little bit. Yeah, I kind of want to be halfway here. Yep, I like this spot. Okay, I don't know how I ended up with this. Oh, accidentally freaking changed lures with a keystroke. Actually, you know what though? This spoon is freaking awesome. I think I have a better one, or one with a bigger hook on it. There it is. Oh, 1.5 ounce and a 4/0. Huh? Let's try it. Oh, look at that! I have the X Series spinnerbait. Bass might enjoy that too. Okay, so I'm gonna go for right here. This thing's pretty heavy, so it should sink pretty fast. I'm on 2x retrieve speed. Looks like I can go down to 1. Wow, that came in really fast. So I've had great success with this lure on walleye in Emerald Lake, and believe it or not, yellow perch. So it's called perch color, and I thought that meant it's simulating a perch minnow, which the walleyes seem to love. But it might mean perch color because the species that's going to like it is perch. But I guess walleye is also a perch, isn't it? All right, let's go look at that. This lure, color, silver and green perch. I really want to try that X Series spinner now. Terminal tackle weight is optimal. Felt a bump. Sure as hell don't think I was bonking off the bottom yet. Might have a follower. Oh, we got boiling waters though. I maybe should draw back. Man, maybe I should go fish offshore. Shit. Then I could pull through both of these bubbles. Let's see. Get off the deck. Pull up this. Get on the deck. Did I not? Did I not get the anchor up? No, I did not. Come on, baby. Oh man, I'm feeling the current. Trolling motor can barely do it. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to draw through both spots from here. We'll give it a shot though. Okay, off the deck. Drop the anchor on the deck. Back to the bass jig. No? Where's my bass jig on? Oh, I did it again. Oh man, are you kidding me? Right there. I really never used to put much weight in the bubbles. I mean, they give you a basic region to cast at, showing you that there's some activity in that area, but even if you toss a bobber directly on top of the little fish swirls, man, not always a thing. But like I said before, I was on shore right there, and I was casting out there, and that's where my lure entered the water. And then as I reeled in, I probably caught a fish somewhere in this region. So, man, maybe that angle of attack is not so bad from shore. And now I got bigger lures, so I can probably cast just as far. Man, let's shoot one up there. Oh, wow. Man, I'm way out there. Can't get it off the bottom. Speed up my retrieve. Bam, fish on. Oh no, a snag. Whew. Did not want to lose my X Series spinnerbait. Well, I'm bummed how slow fishing has been here now. Yeah, ever since I returned to Michigan, after being level 60 and higher, it's been much slower. So I don't know if they reduced the bite rate for everybody on the whole lake, or if it's just when you're a low level, they're going to give you a lot of action. It may not be giant fish because you don't have giant gear, but boom. Well, that was 30 feet from the boat, almost directly underneath me, and he looks like a fatty. Unique smallmouth, 8.8. Woohoo! Oh, oh, F12. Bam! Well, that was fun. I can't believe he hit me right under the boat. But I got a new one with a new marker, or with a new lure. So, that hit me right here. If I was to go ahead and hit the map, and then do add marker, watch, it's going to add it way the hell out here, right? Okay. The unique smallie right there. So, I'll go ahead and mark it. 8.8. Uni-small. Let's see what doesn't get captured here. Okay, they're showing me the weather, they're showing me the length, they're showing me the lure. So uni-small, time of day, I guess 3:37 p.m. And we'll call it close enough. But man, he got me right under the boat. He hit about at 30 feet, which was almost dangling straight down below my boat. Oh, look, on the fish finder, there's fish down there on that gizmo. So I'm just gonna let it sink and drag it along the bottom slow, because those fish were on the bottom. What? Oh, snag. Now it seems like I'm dragging a piece of weed. A shell. Okay, well, that uni came from shooting out this way. Back-to-back unis are not... No, they're not unobtainium, but they're just not as frequent as... back-to-back trophies. So it can be done. Usually I like to switch the lure. Forgot to do that. Then again, there's, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep using the same lure. So I'm gonna stay real close to the bottom. Might get right down below my boat. Bam! Another snag. Oh, and that's a fish. Boy, it felt like a snag again. Right after this snag, I thought I had another snag. It's like, what? And this is fighting like a salmon. What the heck is going on with this fish? He's pretty big. He's putting a good bend on my rod, stressing that line. Man, I should probably reduce my drag, huh? There's got to be... Are there salmon here? I can't remember. I don't think so. It's freaking trout. What the heck is this thing? He's going off the hook, man. He's shaking drag. Holy crap. What is this? Oh, come on, man. Come on. I hope you wear yourself out quick. on, come on. It jumped and it looked like a silver fish, so that would lead that would lead me to believe salmon. And he's fighting erratically and spastically like a salmon does, but I don't recall salmon being in this lake. Might be a trout of some kind. I know there's browns here and there's tiger trout here maybe. Oh shit! I was afraid that rod bend. What is that? An Atlantic salmon? No kidding. Wow, only a 10-pounder and he fought like a demon. Ha ha ha. Whew. Well, good. Didn't want him to take my lure. Break my line. 10-pounder. Let's look at this freaking line and this rod. Maybe I'm only on the 10-pound rod. No, I got an 18-pound leader, and it's titanium, so with 20-pound line. Huh. Huh. Wow. That was crazy. So I guess back in the day, I used to try to land directly on my marker over and over and over. Just was obsessed with hitting the mark. And then eventually just was like, whatever. The whole area is going to get you something. But, now I'm rethinking that because even though I've had stuff from all around an area near a marker, as long as I hit the water somewhere near the marker, close enough's close enough. But it seemed like I had better luck and more repeatability when I was really being anal about hitting the mark, landing on the same mark. But then you figure, didn't I already catch that fish that, you know, my stuff entered the water at that mark kind of thing? Another snag. But right after the snag comes, yeah, I got a shell on or something. Weed, stick, another shell. I should grab the bass jig instead of the spinner. But this did get me a 8.8 pound unique smallmouth. A little less than the 10 pounder I'm looking for. A lot less, actually. Alright, so we're getting into that zone where I caught that salmon and also that uni. Pretty close under the boat. And Fish Finder is showing fish on the bottom here. Alright, let's try tossing the bass jig. Right below the boat. They're down there. Let's go ahead and release some line. Okay, now it's right down there on the bottom. Try jigging it. There we go. Now I've figured out jigging. Well, my version of jigging. The game isn't reading me with any of their separately defined actions like stop and go and lift and drop. But I just wanted to present right off the bottom. Here comes a school of fish. Alright, so you know what I'm going to do? Oh, then they show up. Let's get off the deck. Raise anchor. Troll over to the shore. I'm going to set up a bobber. Or a rod stand. Oh, it's not going to let me deep. There we go. Bam. Alright, so I need a quick break because somebody is disturbing me. Well, let's see if we can continue without further interruption. tend to doubt it. Go ahead and get these guys way the hell out there. You know what? I'm going to start over this way because the current drifts to the right, I think. Crap. I was trying to abort and then again start a little to the right because it's going to drift. And a 7/0 hook with a large mid. What's that called? Hail Mary. We'll see what comes from that. Oh, what the hell? I got a bottom rod. Man, I am loaded now. I'm able to cast the distance, so that's why I was sitting on the boat. Didn't think I actually could cast that distance. And now I got a bass jig. Yes, indeed. Oh, wow. From the boat, I was able to get it off the bottom real easy. Maybe because I was standing up higher. Oh, snag. Oh, hey, Smasher, what's going on? Rain? I don't know what rain means. Oh, Mang? Man, that current is pretty happening. Oh, just one little letter. I just caught an 8.8 pound unique smallmouth on the X series spinner bait. Then I caught a 10-pound Atlantic salmon out here, which totally shocked me. Yeah, Smash. Every once in a while, I get a keyboard that one or two or three of the keys start like not really sticking, but not registering or whatever. So I unplug my keyboard, I turn it upside down, and I tap it up and down, and then shake it on the desk. And it's so bizarre. It's like I don't even eat toast or bread or sandwiches hardly at all. But crumbs, like breadcrumbs, come out of my freaking keyboard. Usually, what I eat in front of the PC is going to be a bowl of soup, chicken on a plate, pasta, green beans or broccoli, hard boiled egg, again on a paper plate. So, where the hell did the breadcrumbs come from? No donuts. Ah, well, usually I get a fish after I get a snag like that, but man, the oh, look at all that activity out there. Maybe I should give up this rod stand and jump back in the boat. That was a far cast, man. 230 feet. Wow. That is some deep water, man. That lure is sinking so slow. But there was a lot of surface activity. Surface activity, and I'm letting it sink deep in deep water. Okay, so now I'm twitching. Get back to a stop and go. Can barely get this going. I'm going to go to 3x. Holy cow, man. Must have been using the other rod with a different retrieve speed. Oh, you're on Discord? I can't run multiplayer games and Discord and stream at the same time. So that dude Uncown was here, and he said, "Hey, can he join the game?" And I'm on a friends only game just because I can't. My bandwidth doesn't support it. Damn. I mean, it kind of have. I can play multiplayer and use Discord, or I can stream. I can't do all three at the same time, or even 2 out of 3. Anytime I stream, it just kills me, connection wise. Bam! Man, that thing is casting far. Yeah, I'm sure when I had these other markers set, I had smaller gear. And that's probably as far as I could cast with like a 3/4 ounce jig head or something. Nah, but I think I used this lure. No, I was using a pumpkin bait bass jig. Man, this rod won't get this lure off the ground at that speed. Well, man, I'm burning peak hours. Well, let's look at peak. What are we at? Yeah, we're right at peak. Go to this rod. Oh no, I want to keep running that rig. I could put a purple on here since it's a cloudy day. But that's probably going to give me a walleye. That's what I'm looking for. We'll give it a shot. Man, there's a lot of activity past the buoy. I'm really tempted. Just jump in the boat and go out there. Leave all the bait rods here. If they go off, they go off. I guess something might be able to break something off, but I doubt it. Wow. It's tough to get anything off the ground from here, man. When you're in the boat, much higher angle on the rod tip, I guess. All right, fish on. The purple worm looks like a smallmouth. Fighting like smallmouth. Trophy. Not bad. Okay, so let's see. Let's try to get to that marker right there. Well, maybe they like it a little faster. Boom. Oh, shit. Man, it really felt like a fish instead of a snag. It was. He's putting a good bend on this rod. It's a pretty sturdy rod. Oh, look at this. Ah, just a walleye. Man, how did he bend the rod that much? Awesome. Alright, well, I can barely reach that spot, but I'm going to go for it. Just because of all that surface activity on the water, I'm going to start reeling right away. Oh, I'm on 3x. And if I'm going to stay in some shallower water, I'll probably hit the wallies. Keeping a 3-dot action on stop and go. Not going to end up with snags at this shallow mid-water depth. I may not end up with fish either. I was tempted to jack it down to 2 speed, but I'm going to stay with 3. Yeah, so close to shore now. Ah, well, it's a thing. More fish action out there. Yeah, when I launched this, I forgot where I had left my boat, so I just restarted, ended up on my boat, and I was here, and I thought, well, I was going to go for the walleyes, but as long as I'm here, let's go for the small eyes, or smallmouths. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah. Bait fishing was no good. I had done it before, and I had caught all kinds of crap out here, but man, I'm telling you, the bite rate is just ridiculously less than every other time I've been here. Huge disappointment. I don't think I can just pick up the whole rod stand and go away, can I? No, you gotta clean it off first. Smasher, weren't we also playing what's it called? Mud Runner or Snow Runner? One of those. Or is it just Fishing Planet? Maybe Call the Wild. Come on. I keep setting it back down. What the heck's wrong with me? Now it's green. What is going on? Okay, I I'm doing right click, then left click, so I need to do right click, then right click, right? Forget. Yeah. Dingleberry. Get on the boat. Yeah, of course. Now it's showing me a bunch of fish right there on the fish finder. And all the surface activity beyond the buoy has subsided. So I'm considering we're on the absolute top of peak. Let's give this a shot. All that activity was out there beyond the buoy. Oh, and there it is. There's a little surface boiling action. It really didn't feel like a snag. And it was mid-water, or 2/3 depth. So that's kind of weird. Okay, orange buoy, surface activity. So around that orange buoy should be some kind of action. So right out here off the bow of the boat should be a pretty good spot. Okay, let's get rid of these worm. Not a bottom rod. Go with the bass jig. And that most certainly was a bite, not a snag. Well, gotta tell you, this bite frequency is making me lose interest. Usually it has been historically so much better. Yeah, what if I throw the top water just to catch a couple of things? If it's peak and the smallmouth aren't hitting, I'm gonna go for the perch. Okay, so let's see. My lightest lure rod is that one. Top water. Where are my top waters? You know what? Let's try the golem. No, that's usually like Well, let's go to the locker. And shoot for that unique. I think that's a unique perch marker out there. Something hit. Someone was interested anyways. Something missed. Maybe I should slow my roll. Florida, I think I have the best luck with Walker on 1 speed. Wondering if a lot of that activity out there is little surface fish like perch. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we're going to go for that again. Well, I also had a swing and a miss out there, so maybe a little slower this guy can catch me. Another swing and a miss. No, and another swing and a miss. Really? I can't go any slower, fish. I guess I could stop and go a Walker. I wonder what's going for it, but not able to connect. That's kind of weird. Let's have a look. Come on. What if I change color? I've almost always used this color though. Okay, slowest retrieve I can do without stop reeling. Or, stop, start, like stop and go. 3 swing and a miss on the last cast. It's really frustrating me. But it is the slowest lure I have. Or rod, reel. Oy vey, let's try this color. I really don't think a color change is going to get it, but we shall soon see. And I'm ready to go back to the bass jig or the spinner. Swing and a miss. So it's got a 3/0 hook. So maybe they're just really small perch out there. They can't get a 3/0 hook in their mouth. Kind of find that unlikely. Let's try a popper. Oh, with a 4/0. That's even bigger, but what do I have the perch on again? A uni-yellow perch on the casting spoon with a 3/0. Okay. Those are uni-smalls. Uni-small, and this one is 7.4 on the bass jig. 3/0. That one is a trophy yellow on the X Series Walker with a 4/0. Oh man, I lost that lure. That was such a heartbreaker. I think that was in Quanchkin, if that's the Louisiana map. Yeah. Lost my big X Series Walker. That was so heartbreaking. And you can't buy them. I mean, I would give up gold pieces for that. Same thing with my red X Series red frog popper, or the black X Series frog popper. Yeah. Lost that one. Shoot, I think the same place. Quanchkin. No, I think I lost that in Florida to a gar. I mean, if you had to do a 30-day challenge at one lake to get the lure. So, you should let you do it again, but they don't. All right. Oh, I didn't reel that in as if it was a popper, did I? But I am trying to go by the kind of dark day, dark lure theory. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's popping, but nothing's hopping. Let's go ahead and try this guy. Yeah, I know it's too light, but I'm pretty sure on the map that was, let's see, is that acid or pumpkin? And, no, this guy, that was on the X Series spinner. This was on, that looks like acid. I think that's it. Half ounce 3/0. Yeah. We'll give it a shot, and we're going to shoot long because there's all that little splashy splash way out. Let this bobber sink. It's only a half ounce, man. It's going to take a while. But being that it's a half ounce, it should be really easy to keep off the bottom with a slow retrieve, stop and go. There's 2 dots. There's 3 dots. Keep raising that rod tip, keep it off the bottom. Boom, fish on. I saw a little pressure and didn't really think, I was waiting for it to tell me it was a snag, but then I could tell, oh, it's a perch. Oh, no, it's a smallie. Man, he really looked striped when he came out of the water there. Well, good. Change lure, got a smallmouth. The Magic 8 Ball says all signs point to yes. I will get another uni. Like I said earlier today, I got an 8.8 pound uni. I already have a 9.5. I'm shooting for a 10 pounder. But the current leaderboard right now, the leading fish is a 9.6, followed by several 9.5s. Like the whole top 10, I think, is loaded with 9.5s. So it's going to be pretty tough pulling a 10 pounder out of here if the trend, the recent trend, is not breaking into the 10s. It means they've somebody's been harvesting all the 10 pounders instead of catch and release. They're keeping them, stuffing them, making trophies. Of course, I'm joking. I was watching a YouTube guy named Blue Gabe. B-L-U-E, Blue Gabe. And I guess he caught something that he wanted. Oh yeah, he got a big old bull mahi mahi, and his girlfriend Kelly Young had a cow mahi mahi that was pretty impressive. So they got them mounted right and left, where one fish is so they're both facing each other, and the bull mahi mahi dolphin fish is on the left, and then hers is on the right, and they're like 4 feet long. I mean, or 3.5 feet long. They're like really nice fish. Anyway, what they did was they showed you the process. They caught them on the boat. I think they cut their gills to bleed them. So the fish is dead, and then they were just laying there limp without flopping around like animals or like fish. And they got length measurement on camera, all on camera, and wrote it down. Okay, so here's the length. Here's the height at the fin. Here's the height at the head. Here's the height at the jaw. Here's the length of the jaw. I don't know. Here's the girth. They used a flexible tape measure, right? Like cloth tape went around the fish at the back of the head, or at the fin, at the back of the dorsal, or whatever. Multiple increments, right? Because they knew what they were doing to have that made into a trophy. So they kept the fish. They ate the fish. And then they sent in their photos and measurements to a company that makes replicas. You don't even need the original fish, but you need to have good photographs, and they more or less reproduced it. He put up the video of the fish on one side, and then the finished product on the other side, and down to the speckles. That friggin' trophy was pretty awesome. And it wasn't a stuffed fish. It was complete fabrication. Pretty cool. So you can do catch and release. They cut its gills and bled it. But so if you caught a 13-pound largemouth in real life, you could lay that puppy in the grass, get a measurement, take some photos, get it back in the water quick enough, and let it live to fight another day. And you can also then, photographic evidence, and then you can go get a replica trophy, stuffed fish, which I think is an awesome advancement in the sport. It's been there for, a long, long time already. But I just never saw anybody like take the measurements and then show me the finished product. He's got a ton of stuff on his wall, man. It's almost like, yeah, it is. I guess it's not gaudy. It's just, a black grouper. I think that is what it was. I don't know. This fish, that fish, and this other fish. It's like, here's a black fish. Here's this green and yellow screaming monster, and then next to that is a brown deer head. Or it's just like such a weird mismatch. I don't know. And man, he's got friggin' deer heads everywhere. I think he started giving up and taking the deer heads down, putting them in the spare room, piling them up in order to hang more fish on the wall. His brother is deer meat for dinner. So, and then they've been turkey hunting too. So he's got a bunch of those turkey tail spreads up on the wall. Well, I'm doing okay with this color. I mean, I got a couple of fish. Let's try watermelon. Oh, that was pumpkin nut acid. Let's try watermelon, and then we'll go back to the bass jig. And time of day, I think we're on the downside of peak. So, not crossing my fingers for a 10-pound smallmouth today. And honestly, I think they've introduced some new lakes. I'll have to look around and see if this is still the best place for a smallmouth. In fact, don't even have to do that. Just go look at the leaderboard and click a fish and get into 3D view, and you can see what lake it was caught at. I'm pretty sure they're all going to be here. But I thought that there was another lake introduced where the smallmouth were freaking fat. See, I think that's why Florida Everglades now, the leaderboard was full of 12.6 and no 13 pounders, because I think that they introduced the largemouth, or a lake that has largemouth in it, after, Everglades was around, and that is now where the biggest largemouth reside, and so that's maybe where the 13 somethings are. It's my fishing planet conspiracy theory, which might be complete and utter BS. And I'm trying to recall if blue crab. It's got peacocks. It's got long-nosed gar. It's got. I thought it had. Oh, it's got two varieties of peacock bass. Yeah, I don't think there's regular bass there. Meaning largemouth and smallmouth. Not sure though. Okay, well, let's take a peek at the leaderboard. Smallmouth. Click this top one. Find it on his list. Oh, 6-pound historic walleye. Huh, he did a lot of historic fishing. Trophy spotted. Nope, looking at the weights. We gotta get into the 8-pounders, right? There he is. Unique smallmouth bass. Like a 3D view. Yeah, caught in St. Croix. 9.777. So they are here. Oops, gotta close him. Yeah, I'm on the downside of good fishing. And honestly, that doesn't really mean the end. I think I might be too close. And I'm not drawn through the area where I was picking them up, like right off the bow of the boat. Take a quick look around. We're not far off. Not far off. So let's do this. Do this. Do this. Wrong way. Okay, let's try this. Yes, I like this. Okay. Right off the bow. Maybe I'm not back far enough. Maybe I am not. We shall soon see. Now, can we keep it off the bottom? Can we get into a stop and go pattern? Yes. Well, two best fish of the day, like I said, is an 8.8 pound uni small and that 10-pound salmon, which I had forgotten they even salmon were even here, man. Let's look at my net. I didn't do a hell of a lot of fishing, but I still made 23 grand. That's crazy. Only 255 pounds of weight. Oh, the trophy clear picked up. Trophy muskie, trophy pike. I was on a sunny day and I was trying to do the muskie trifecta, but man, not even a single unique muskie. Skunked. There's that salmon at 10 pounds. Then the unique smallie at 8.819. A couple of trophy smalls. Some random walleyes, some random smalls, some random perch. Oh, a trophy perch too. 2 trophy perch. So I know night curve is coming, but I'm gonna hang it up. Been streaming 2 hours, I think. Oh, an hour and 40 minutes. See, there's all these fish right under my boat. So I'm gonna try to drag that lure right through them. Kind of jig it. They don't care. What? What? Oh man, I was just doing a quick retrieve because I gave up. I was pulling it up off the bottom and bingo bango. I mean, it's not a world record, but I think that does tell me that. Let's see, if I go to the map, and go to the tip of my boat, and do add marker, set a mark for the last fish. No, do that right on the tip of my boat. Okay, so I just set. Where is it? I should have just set a marker. Maybe I am just so much on top of it that I got to back up. Um, there it is. Okay, so that's where the fish were showing up on the fish finder. So my point is, I want to back up to the point where I can drag my lure through there. Okay, so now I'll just cast. Screw it, I'll cast all the way out. But by the time I get to this marker where the bow of the boat was, I should be basically dragging bottom. And they were right down there at the bottom. And as I get here, I will be dragging the bottom. Man, it's tough to do it. 2x. There we go. Okay, well, that's 60 feet away. It should have been going right through that. Right through that marker. So this time, let's try to throw just beyond the marker. Back reel. Let out a bunch of line and be patient for it to sink. All right, on the fish finder, that's where the action was. But now I'm dragging through it instead of jigging. Hopefully something will follow and hit it. I could troll up a lot closer. Yeah, that probably shouldn't be what I should do. I don't know, I'm just trying random stuff. Let it sink. I'm getting stop and go while it's dragging on the bottom. It cracks me up when you see underwater photography. You know, that's usually largemouth, but when fish hit something, they'll hit something on the bottom, and just gravel blows up, and they're swallowing gravel and the fish and whatever else is in the area. Oh shit! That might have been a snag. I think I forgot to anchor. I mean, I hit the anchor, but I don't think it took. I'm definitely drifting back, aren't I? Wonder what just hit me, or if that was just a snag. Yeah, look at this. No anchor. So I'm going to pull right back up to that mark. Potentially delete the mark because I just want to see if the fish finder still sees fish in that area. I've never really relied on this thing. Another kid that was here earlier today, or another guy, said the fish monitor doesn't work. It's just to show the fish are around you. Like fish could be 20 yards away, even though it will show, but it ain't nowhere near you. So he's saying that the fish finder's got all kinds of activity going on. So he's saying the fish finder shows a much broader spread than just below the bow. Hard to tell. 24 feet deep here. So, like I said, I've never tried to use it much. I've tried to use it on and off, or played with it for about 15 minutes and completely lost interest. Kind of like now. But it's definitely showing fish in the area, man. And if that represents a 20-yard area below the boat, then yay. I asked him where he got that information, and he said he was watching a streamer who said that he had talked to the Fishing Planet developers. And that's possible. They do participate on Discord. They do their own streams, I think. Used to. Maybe still do. Alright. Wheel. Last cast. At some point you gotta say last cast, even though you might cast 10 more times. You still have to say it. Of course, that all changes if I catch a uni. Or a nice big fat trophy, right? Then you gotta cast a few more times. Okay, come on. Let me get this action figured out. 50 feet away. Bam. So we are getting them in this general vicinity. But they're not big. Look at that. Okay. So that had said 50 feet away before, or about where he struck. Oh shit, I thought I back reeled. No, I should have gone slower. Okay, back reel, let out some slack. 60 feet of line out right now. Let it hit the bottom. Uh-oh, hit a snag. Unsnagged. 58 feet out. Fish on the finder. Oh, but I got something hooked, so no action. Got a shell or a plant or a stick. A pine cone? Oh, a shell. That's a pine cone. No, it's a cluster of little oyster shells, huh? No, what do they call those things? They're not really oysters. Clams? No. Oysters are saltwater and clams are freshwater? Or maybe there are freshwater and saltwater versions of both. God dang it, what am I thinking of though? Mollusks. Or that invasive kind of a clam. I can't remember what those things are called. Kind of like barnacles. They stick to the bottom of, but they'll stick to all kinds of things. Man, this little spot with the fish finder, it's got a ton of crap around it. Yeah, that last cast was what, 10 minutes ago? Okay, so now we're entering the 50 feet zone. Try to keep it down there. Oh well. One last peek at the weather. Pretty sure we're shot. We're probably already in the bottom of the weather curve, and the next peak I think is 9 o'clock on this cloudy day. We're not all the way at the bottom, but yeah. Alright, you know what? I'm going to shoot over to the walleye dock. Or walleye spot. Let's get off of here. I'll go ahead and leave that marker. I might use it tomorrow. Never been out here with the boat. Yeah, the orange buoys are a barrier. But I wonder if anybody has come over this way and fished much of this water. Because, man, that's a big hunk of water. No telling what's below it. And, man, this dude just cannot stop with the cigarettes. Oh my god, I want to kill him. Watch, I'm going to bounce off the wall. That's pretty funny. Alright, oh man, the door's already closed. Usually if I close the bathroom door and turn on the fan, if he smokes in the bathroom and it sinks right down into my bathroom. But bathroom door's already closed, means he's smoking hard. One after another after another. I hate this guy. Not exactly where I want to be. Okay, let's fine tune with the trolling motor. As long as I'm here and have the jig on, it's not really smallmouth nirvana here, but my markers out there are all walleye. All walleye. Well, no, there's a brown trout one out there and a salmon out there, I think. But walleye have shown up from each one of those. Man, look, right under the boat right here. This fish finder is blinking or beeping. I should have grabbed the purple worm. That way walleye or smallmouth would be hitting it. Alright, so I'm getting close to the boat, and there's a lot of fish activity at different depths. Fish near the surface and fish way down deep. Way down deep, 60 feet? Yeah, 27 feet it says. 29 foot. Right off the bow. Bounced off of something. Felt that ding. Bam, fish on. Unbelievable. Right under the bow. And it's a smallmouth. Okay. Let's see, that one is that guy. And what have I got on here? That might not be bad later. I was just using a glow worm, but a glow shad might be an interesting switch up. I kind of think the walleyes like the worms. So I'm just kind of like warming up until it's time to switch time. I forget, do you have to pay? I think you get one time change per day for free. But then they want you to pay for a time change with gold coin. I'm gonna have to look into getting one of those oxygen tanks that, like, people in poor health use, so that I can just put on an oxygen mask and breathe clean air while the people in the building smoke weed all day, smoke cigarettes. When they're smoking up, I can just actually still breathe. That would be ideal. Of course, it'd be ideal if they just didn't fucking smoke in the building. Well, we did get that walleye. Alright, show you my markers real quick. Okay, stuff that's out here, that is my buddy Sir Killalata. His 20-pound walleye marker. He got it with a 6-inch worm. That was way back in 2018. Early evening. Okay? Then I got an 18-pounder over here on a medium spoon, and that was late evening. Then there's a trout out here, because I was trying every variety of spoon that I had for night fishing. And this one is a 10-pound walleye. And I just marked that because, hey, there's bigger walleye over here too. And that was on the purple worm and a 9-pound walleye. So I guess I think I probably deleted, that buoy's out there, but I think I deleted the salmon marker and gave it a walleye marker. Just be warned, around that buoy are going to be salmon, and they fight like demons, man. So it's fun. And then over here too, there's the random brown trouts will show up. So now these four, I just started casting wide, trying to like get off that focus, that one marker from Sir Killalata. I mean, I've gotten a ton of fish in the area. So I started going off to the right, I started going off to the left. That's why I picked up those other markers with the trophies on the other side. Now here's a 9-pound trophy on the yellow spoon. But this is where I picked up my 18.5 uni-wally. Late evening with the 6-inch glowworm. Oops. That one is a 17.5-pounder I got. I was trying to move up from 17.343, I think, with the 6-inch worm. Here's another 18.4 as I was going up. Then I finally snagged that 18.5. So I had a 17.8 over here with the yellow spoon. So the yellow spoon, the purple worm, and the glow worm have been my most successful lures for uniques. I mean, that one wasn't bad at all. But, it's pretty uncommon to get them on those spoons at night. However, I was trying to practice, like from Emerald Lake, the purple narrow spoon is a walleye weapon, right? So I was using that. But as long as we're here and it's bleeding towards midnight, well, 9 o'clock, dark, um, I'll just burn out the next 15 minutes after my last cast. But hopefully, here we are getting into this. I see. To me, would this be early evening, or are they defining evening as 9 p.m. when the game suddenly goes dark, and you get that dramatic, "Hey guys, it's twilight!" Bam, pitch black. Twilight lasts like 30 seconds. Nah, maybe it lasts a minute and a half. But hey, it's accelerated time. 1 hour game time is 15 minutes in real life. So it's 8:09 right now. 15 minutes, it'll be 9:09. And we'll be at nighttime peak. So I'll start throwing the glow worm, probably. Now, see, when we arrived here, there was a bunch of fish activity on the fish finder right below the bow. That ain't happening now. Okay, so let's see. Well, I think my 18.5 was that marker there. So if you look on shore, you'll see some landmarks. There's the big round boulder there by my rod tip. There's a split boulder over there next to the tallest tree on that side. So I was shooting at the area between that boulder and that boulder, and that's where I copped these marks at. If you go from the big round boulder to the left, you'll see the buoy over at the far left, but you'll also see a trail into the woods on the shore. There's a footpath going up into the trees, and you can cast from shore, but boy, it's tough. It's a tough distance to get to those markers, but there is fishing on the other side. Hell, I guess there's fishing everywhere, but there, now I'm getting some fish back on the fish finder. And if I recall, I was kind of parked in this zone, using that landmark of that big round rock, referencing, okay, I'm about this far, 15, 20 feet back of the buoy, parked right between my marker set at this boulder. So I like to come and park at this exact spot, and was getting my fish mostly like between 60 and 80 feet from the boat, even though I would cast way the hell out there, right? That's where I was casting, and that's where your marker appears. It gets set where your lure or bobber entered the water. So my rig entered the water out there. So if my boat was 50 feet that way or 30 feet forward and I cast at the same marker, I wouldn't be pulling through the same channel of where my fish actually struck. So those are all things, I think, that feed into copping repeats off of a marker. So Sir Killalata, I'm pretty sure he told me he hit that marker, which is one hell of a cast from shore. But he was advanced level, and he had big gear. Oh, look at that, 135 feet out from the boat. He had advanced gear, so he might have had a heavy enough lure to cast from the shore on the opposite side towards me. So me casting at his 20-pound walleye marker from here may not ever result in me getting a fish because I'm not drawing it through the magic spot or the hole in the water where the fish lives. But anyway, okay, I want to make sure which magic marker is the 18.5. Yeah, okay, so it's the third from the left or the first from the right. And those two are really close to each other. Right there. That was pretty cool the way the line was flopping in the breeze as as the lure sunk, and then it got taut, went limp, was taut, limp, taut, limp. Oh, I was on 3 speed. Yeah, with this rig and this depth, I can get good stop and go results at 2x real speed. Usually. Yeah, low rod tip when it gets closer. I'm in the zone where they usually are hitting me between 80 and 60 feet here. Sometimes all the way up to 30 feet. And sometimes trophies, man, really nice fish. Sometimes unis. I've had back-to-back unis here. I think I was a little further forward though. And then I came backwards because so many fish were hitting me so close to the boat. Bam, a trophy, 7-pounder. Well, at least I'm picking up a couple of fish while I'm sitting by the dock of the bay, wasting time. Let's see. I only have 280 pounds in the net, in the live well. Oh man, wouldn't that be awesome? You know, I'm gonna have to go to YouTube and look for a catch, clean, and cook on muskies. I mean, I don't know how good a eating a muskie or a pike is. I believe those guys are in the same family, right? Pike, pickerel. Maybe muskie is a unique and separate thing because there's so many different varieties of muskie. Clear, regular muskie, tiger muskie. I think there's a couple other weird variations. But then, pike, pickerel, grass pickerel, redfin pickerel. Yeah, man, it escapes me. Anyway, I like doing that kind of oddball research. And YouTube is full of it, man. A muskie, catch, clean, and cook video would be freaking awesome. Man, I'm picking them up right off the bow of the boat here. Yeah. It would be lovely to eat that fish, though. Man, salmon is one of my favorite. I lived in Alaska for 5 years, and it ruined fishing in the lower 48 for me. Well, in Chicago. There's just nothing to be had in Chicago. There's so many people here fishing the Park District lakes. Even if they stock them, they're still like, the fish don't care. Been there, done that. I've seen that lure yesterday. But yeah, salmon and halibut. Um, Halibut really doesn't have a hell of a lot of flavor. So largely you dip it in garlic butter or some kind of tartar sauce or just salt on a nice. But it's such a thick, big, flaky piece of meat. It's like it's a fish steak. It is tremendous. Um, so yeah, halibut fresh caught days after it was caught, or a day, same day sometimes. If you're in the right place, like down in Homer, you can have halibut that was just caught that same day. Um, and then salmon, we'd get salmon and freeze it. But of course, when you're down there catching it, you catch that first couple, get them in the net, pick one, cut its head off, gut it real quick, stuff it full of butter and onions and garlic, wrap it up in foil, throw it on a campfire, and then you just pick at it the rest of the day while you continue harvesting other salmon. And usually a silver salmon is good for that. They're about 15 pounders, real common. 15, 20 pounds, 20 pounds. You're going to get 10s and 15s all day, um, and plenty of 20s to make it go like, holy shit, man, what a fantastic fish. And then pinks, humpbacks. What do they call sockeye, humpbacks, and pinks? There's so many nicknames in the actual species name. I forget. But there's chum, um, kings, and there's different ways of fishing. Like there's dip net season in Alaska, where you can go throw your dip net in a river, walk down, or well, yeah, you throw it in, and you more or less are walking downstream because the water is moving too quickly. So you can't walk upstream. You'd never be able to hold onto the net, right? So you toss in your net. You're on a 20-foot long fiberglass pole with a 3-foot loop net at the end. You chuck it in the water. You make sure you're oriented vertically so that as you go, even though you're walking downstream because you can't walk against the current, the fish are going upstream. They will hit that net, and bam, you sometimes would catch 3 or 4 fish in one dip. Um, so one time I had like a 35-pound king, two 15-pound silvers, and a pink, I think. But all totaled, we calculated that there was at least 100 pounds of fish. Um, so there must have been a couple of extra little small ones in there too. But anyway, we figured that the biggest net of the day was a 100-pound dip, and amongst the fishermen on the shore, because dude, it's crazy. There's at least 20 to 30 people that show up. The fuck river. I think there was no, it wasn't a Chitna. I think it was the Chitna River. Bam. Or it was in Chitna. It was maybe the name of the river was something else. But we went to Chitna or Chil. It wasn't Chilkoot. Chilkoot Charlie's a bar. Um, anyway, Alaska was badass, man. And then I was a carpenter, right? So we're building houses all day. And then on my way home from work, um, the salmon start running, and you start seeing cars parked all up and down the highway next to this little tiny bridge. It's a 15-foot wide creek, but there's 35 guys down there fishing. It's insane. Um, so anyway, once I've learned what that was all about, I became one of those guys. You know that even the TV news is giving you a salmon spawn report. So you go up near Hatcher's Pass, well, along a road going towards Hatcher's Pass and Fishhook Road. And, there wasn't any fishing to do on Fishhook. I'm thinking Glen Highway and, oh man, what was that other? There aren't too many highways up there. But man, there were tons of these little short bridges. They were only like 10 feet off the ground, or the ditch that they were spanning was only like 10 feet, but it was only a 15 or 30 foot wide creek. Some of them were crystal clear or aqua blue as they were glacier and snow melt off. Just absolutely stunning. And you could see fish everywhere. You could walk in up to your ankles and have fish just slamming into your ankles while you stood in the water. Um, and in that case, you just throw out a daredevil and hope they get it in their mouth. Because if you hook them in the back, or you hook them in the tail, or you hook them anywhere, belly, gill, you got to release them. Now, you've snagged a fish, and yeah, you might have hurt their little feelings or their nerve endings to a degree, but they're hell bent on going and spawning, so they don't really care. You unhook them and you throw them back. I caught a really phenomenal fish one day. Guy next to me, baseball hat, flannel shirt, Carhartts, just like me. He's like, "Oh my God, that's the biggest fish I've seen anybody pull out today." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, it sucks. I got to throw it back." And he's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I snagged it. You can't keep him." "Oh, yeah, you're right." So I put the fish back in the water, right? I start pulling more out. Yeah, get this one by the mouth. Get 2 or 3 in a row by the mouth, because you cast upstream, and as you drag it down, the fish going up, and if they run into it, it's likely to be in their mouth, right? So bam, you snag the salmon, and now I'm going to switch to the glow worm. So you get one in the mouth, and then you keep that. And next thing I know, I've you know I'm stringing. I'm putting one of my fish on a stringer, and that same guy that was standing next to me in that same baseball hat and that same flannel shirt was on the other side of the river, and a guy pulled one out. He's like, "Wow, nice fish." He's like, "Fuck yeah, I'm keeping this." And he said, the guy whipped. He waited. The guy put it on his stringer. He whipped out his badge and said, "Fishing game, you're under arrest. Drop your fishing pole." They seized his fishing pole, his fish, and his vehicle, right then and there. And that was the dude who complimented me on the size. That's the biggest fish I've seen in all day. So fishing game are out there, dude. And they were plainclothes undercover fishing game. So it's no joke. But I mean that kind of fishing was just so ridiculously simple and awesome. Down in Homer, you can probably cast off the dock, but you got to have some decent gear, and I never did have that. Some of my friends were commercial fishermen, so they weren't taking out their big old boat. It burns 100 gallons, of fuel every time they go out. Um, but they're also going out there with nets, and they're going after different species. But I never could have. I just couldn't bring myself to spend the money on a charter. But man, a halibut charter would have been spectacular. I knew that for 15 or 20 bucks, and this was 1982 to 86, 87. So I knew that a fantastic fresh halibut meal was only $20 away, and I didn't have to go spend, a couple $100 on a charter. Even though the charter services, they have the gear. They don't expect you to have $300 fishing rods and gear to bring up a 100-pound halibut, but spectacular. If you ever have the opportunity, if you win the lottery, freaking go to Alaska and go fishing, dude. Spend a year there. There's so many things to do. Like I lived there for 5 years, like I said. I worked there for 4 years, but then work got slow because we changed our the Alaska pipeline and the pumping that was being done to a strategic oil reserve. So they just cut oil production massively and started buying OPEC oil because they made the deal in OPEC. So suddenly, everybody and their brother who came up to Alaska from Texas and Oklahoma, the oil producing states down there, they came up to Alaska to do oil field work or pipeline work and stuff. Bam, they all went home. And there were homes for sale everywhere. As a carpenter, man, there was just no work. I ended up working in a restaurant as a waiter. It was a fancy pants restaurant, so I made decent money. I made more money than as a carpenter, surprisingly. But it was only part-time. So basically, I was break even. I was making the same kind of money. But anyway, that last year, I was getting by. Oh man, this fish has got me bent. And it's behaving like a walleye. It's not running lunatic like a freaking salmon baby. So let's hope we're getting something good here. And I'll try to remember to finish that Alaska story. Oh yeah, so okay. So the last year I was there, work dried up, but I was still making about the same money and part time. So one of my friends was going to move out of state to go to college. She had just turned 18. She's going down to California for college. She's like, "Troy, I've lived here my whole life, but I've never been a tourist in Alaska." I'm like, "Huh? I've lived here 4 years, just working. Let's go do stuff." And we had each been on a church group ski trip each year. I went up to near Denali and built a summer camp, a bunch of cabins for the church summer camp and stuff. Man, look at the bend in this rod. It's right below me, 17 feet coming up. Come on. I guarantee this is going to be a unique walleye, folks. Ta-da. Only a 16 pounder though. I'll screenshot that. But it doesn't beat my 18.5 and it doesn't get me into the 20-pound club. But that was worth casting a little longer than my last cast, I guess. So that was nice. I got that going for me. That's nice. All right, well, let's get that line right back in the water in another spot that is known to bang out the unis. It appears to be a time when the unis can be caught. So let's get her going. One more. I've caught back-to-back unis here. It's fantastic. You get the 17 point something, 0.3 or 4, and then you get a 18.2 or something, and it's like, woohoo! But then you're probably spent. The random number generator is going to like change your odds. Anyway, so me and my friend, let's just call her Wendy. Uh, we went we went camping. We took off and went fishing. Um, we did some driving tours. Um, we had already been to Mount Alyeska for every four, and we were using the summertime in Alaska. So we went salmon fishing in multiple locations. We went down to Homer and Soldotna and the Kenai Peninsula. Um, we drove up and around and across Hatcher's Pass, which I had done on a motorcycle, my truck, my girlfriend's brother and his girlfriend in a little Reliant K car of all things. But it was cheap gas compared to my big four-wheel drive Suburban. Um, anyway, that was a double date. There's a there's a ski lodge up on Hatcher's Pass. We just went up there and then we came back down. Actually, we didn't go all the way around Hatcher's Pass that time, but I've done it in my truck. I did it on a motorcycle with another dude. It poured rain on us. Man, we were freezing balls. We had to pull over and start a campfire, dry off all our clothes. The rain finally quit. But yeah, we rode Hatcher's Pass. And it dumps out in Big Lake, Alaska. So me and my friend Wendy, who was going off to college in California, we went to Big Lake. We rented a canoe or something. You know, I was like, man, if we were boyfriend and girlfriend, this would be spectacular. These are some fantastic dates. But we were just friends. She was a pretty girl. I liked her a lot. But we were just buddies. And it was fantastic getting to, when you got somebody else to kind of push you out the door and say, all right, man, let's, what do we want to do Saturday? Let's make plans. Okay. It's a lot easier than, like, in Chicago. I could go up to Green Bay, Wisconsin and find decent fishing. Or I could go to the Wisconsin Dells area. But anywhere I want to go, you got to get 4 or 5 hours out of Chicago to go do that stuff. And, nice fish. Oh, thanks, Smasher. You saw that little uni? That 16-pound uni? Anyway, you got to get out of town. You got to get way the hell out of town from the Chicago suburbs. I'm 30 miles from the downtown city loop. So when I was a kid, I grew up on the Kankakee River. I fished Wren Lake, Shelbyville, and that's a bit of a drive to both of those places. We went to a couple smaller places in Indiana. But, we caught a lot of bluegill and a lot of crappie at those places, but really never much in the bass in the way of being anything to brag about. Probably two pounders. Maybe my friend's dad caught a 3-pounder once, and I think my best was 1.8 or just under 2 pounds. My buddy did get like a 2.5 or 2.25 pounder. His dad got a bunch of 2-pounders. His old man was a big fat guy, and we were in a 14-foot John boat, and he would stand up to cast and stand up when he had a fish on. So me and my buddy were only like 12 or 13, and so we're like holding on for dear life every time the old man stood up. But he was in the back of the boat by the engine, and it was a little more stable back where he was fishing from. But it just cracks me up. And now that I have YouTube, oh my God, there are so many places I want to go fishing. Now that I've seen that, hey, there's life beyond, the Chicago suburbs. All of our park districts are so heavily pressured. There's so many people trying to fish them. Even though they're stocked, you ain't going to catch nothing. Or at least, I haven't caught anything. I've had better luck in office park retention ponds, picking up a couple of bluegills that are like under 6 inches. And, I'm not really interested in 2, 3, 4 pound catfish and bullhead. They do exist here and they're easy to catch, but so I just don't bother fishing. If Wendy was here today, I guarantee we would plan to, let's pack up the truck, let's go camping. We're going to drive 4 hours. You in the car and you have somebody to talk to and jam out with and all that kind of stuff. And all my friends are married guys, so their wives never let them leave the house. There's always a honey-do list. Come on, man, let's go do something. Nah, I can't. My wife's making me, build a gate for the garden. Ooh, doggies. Now this, it's not as frenetic as a salmon, but it's not behaving like a walleye. Going to guess, man, this isn't as hyper as a frickin' smallmouth either. You know what? I think it is a salmon, but it's just not a big enough one to be crazy. Thought I saw a silver tail also. Oh, it might be a trout. It might be a brown trout over here. They usually dive harder though. Oh, man, it sure looks silver, doesn't it? Come on, dude. Wow, fishing on a cloudy night. Yeah, that looks like a salmon. Maybe probably a trout though. There it is. There's that dive of a trout more than any salmon's gonna do. Salmons go zigzagging across the surface like lunatics. Wow, it is a salmon. Wow, he was diving hard for a salmon. Maybe he's a Gemini. I don't know. I should probably switch over to a purple next time. Just to change things up. God, I should get on Facebook and try to find my friend Wendy. Except I have no idea what her last name would be. I guess a lot of people put their not married name up there, like girls put or their hyphenated name. Like if I went to, yeah, you get what I'm saying. Wendy Smith. Let's just say it's Wendy Smith. She might be Wendy Smith Johnson now. And sometimes they put their name up there as Wendy Smith Johnson, so that people can find their friend from high school, Wendy Smith, right? I'm sure she went back to Alaska. She had a pretty large family and a lot of relatives up there. So, but who knows? She might have got married after college and gone to her boyfriend's state or her husband's state, California. He might have come there from Texas. Who knows? All right. Okay, I said I was gonna go purple. Let's see what happens. Nighttime with a perfect purple worm. Now, ideally, I would like to find a bow chicka wow wow girlfriend instead of Wendy friend, platonic friend, to go hunting or fishing and camping with. But not a whole hell of a lot of girls into the camp life or fishing and camping life. Yeah, and I also have a dirt bike, mountain bike. I like to ride off road stuff, and tough to find girls who are hardcore into that, or even willing to attempt it. And then, they're kind of not nearly strong enough as your buddies to go dirt biking with your off-road buddies. It's a whole nother world. Those guys are all over YouTube too. The dual sport girlfriend. Can you pick up my bike for me? Oh man, what's going on with my mouse pointer is right in the middle of my screen and it won't fade away. Let me go to the other screen. Ah, nope, it just keeps going to dead center of my screen. That's weird. What did I do? Nope, can't get rid of it. I actually had decent luck with the glow crank also, but that picks up smallmouth, it seems. I'm in that zone, 80 feet. I think we probably are past our chance at picking up another uni. Because I like to say things like that, because then, Darwin steps in and says, "Ha ha, you're wrong." Wait, oh, Murphy's Law. Alright, well, I guess I'm going back to the, oh, I was going to try the glow shad, wasn't I? Yeah, let's give that a shot. It's a 4-incher. It might scare up something different. Well, I really don't want a brown trout. Well, I'll take one if it's big, a nice big fucking 9-pounder. I think there's only 7-pound unis here. Are there even uni browns? I forget. I think there are. There aren't uni salmon. There are uni browns here. I'm almost positive of it. All right, so I'm still 100 feet away. This lure, oh, has a good retrieve rate, so I can just do it on 1x. Bam, fish on. Yeah, in that 40, 50, 60 foot from the bow range. And it is a smallie. Oh wait, I'm after walleye though. We should be at the absolute peak of that weather curve, because entering it was kind of on the low side at 9 o'clock, and then so 9:30 would have been near the top of the peak, and at 10 we should be right on the top of that the peak. Low barometric pressure. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do that research also. Like things I've talked about in this stream. Is the fishing planet weather curve even remotely similar to looking at a barometer to decide what time of day you should go fishing when it's about to rain? You might have really high barometric pressure, or while it's raining, does that mean the barometric pressure has released and now you got low barometric pressure? I don't know. I got to figure out how that works. That sounds really interesting to me, but shit. As I sit here playing this game, looking at the fishing pole next to my front door, leaned up along next to the wall, and my tackle bag right behind me, got a fresh fishing license in my pocket. It's like 70 degrees outside. Huh. I think I just talked myself into going fishing this afternoon. I'm going to go look at that one lake site that I told you about. You know what? Oh, man. Okay. I'm going to do a quick, gonna search my data drive real quick. Fishing. Apps, charter guide knots, fishing rules. Nope, that's apps. Oh man, it's not here. Um, let's I'm looking for that website, and I will give it to you, or I want to mention it here, since I've been talking about the thing for the thing for the thing for a while. All right, so sort by type. Three Oaks Recreation. Oh, I'm getting close. Three Oaks Recreation Area in Illinois is a pretty interesting place. It's a park district, but it's pay to fish. Ha! I think I found it. Lake Link. Okay, so the URL is lake-link.com. Lake-link.com. You hit the search field. Oh, this is, maybe it's only Illinois. Well, but that's what I was searching for. So maybe it is multiple lakes and they just changed the logo. Anyway, Lake Link. If you scroll down to the bottom, like there's a lake in Illinois, it's near me, called Herrick Lake. Herrick, Herrick Lake, on lakelink.com, lake-link. And if you go down to the bottom, it says current pressure. Fishing right now is good. It is going to be climbing later in the day. So around 4 o'clock, it looks like it's going to be. If I hover on that, what does it? Like, I can't show you this. Oh, no, that's showing at 11 a.m. That's current temperature, or current conditions. Okay. Weather, 77 degrees right now. They don't have they do have a fish stocking report for this lake, but does not include stocking done by private parties. What? It's a freaking forest preserve lake. There's no way any private party is going to be stocking that lake without park district or Department of Natural Resources or Fish and Game or whatever babysitting that. Fish to catch at Herrick Lake: bluegill, channel cat, largemouth, and yellow bullhead. So they don't really. Yeah. Oh well. Good. I found it. It's open on my screen, so I will browse that later. And so let's jump back to the stream. It is still functional. I'm going to go back to the worm. And you know what? If walleyes dip off, oh yeah, we're going to dip off on the walleye. At nighttime, you can switch time of day without any penalty, right? So I'll switch over to like 2 o'clock and maybe grab some fish, catfish. So my goal for catfish was I wanted to break 90 pounds. I had been fishing with several guys who had caught 90 pounders, gave me a link or gave me their marker, and they're in really odd places compared to where I was picking up 70s and 80s. Never would have thought about finding a 90-pound freaking catfish at some of these areas that these guys gave me markers for. But eventually, I did score an 89.9, I think, as my biggest blue catfish here in Michigan. Hey, he's fighting like a walleye, baby. It's probably going to be a trophy, though. Nah, not even a trophy, I don't think. Oh, that was pretty easy. Small trophy. Cool. So yeah, let's see. Let's see if I go here. Yeah, my fish records. My blue cat is going to be way up at the top. Yeah, unique blue catfish, 89.7. Bummer, man. I said 89.9. So then, if you look at the map, I'm pretty sure right next to this raft, like one of the weirdest places, 91.5 pounds. Cloudy, 8 o'clock. What else does that say? Short cast. Oh yeah, really short cast because it's right off the ladder. That was a 75 pounder in that general area after the lure drifted. 80s all over the place here. There's sturgeon out there. Full depth, 85 pounder, 81, 66. I don't know why I'm keeping that. Let's get rid of that. It's right next to all these other big fat boys. So 81.9 and 90-pound cat. 90-pound cat, what? Okay, yeah. That apparently was given to me by somebody else. And now that is in an area where I fish frequently for cats. Like I said, I got an 81.9 there. I got a 70 something there. I should get rid of this. Oh, except I got a sturgeon in a cat spot. That's weird. That's probably why I left it. Okay, and what about the other one? There's the sturgeon. That's a high mark. Oh, okay. This low mark. That's the high mark. High mark. Ah, bam. 87-pound cat, 77 cat, 47 cat, and anywhere and everywhere around that frickin' dock, right? I think anybody who's level something, 40 something, or has been here for any amount of time knows where the catfish are around that dock. Oh, what I didn't show you was where some of the other weird spots where guys picked up 90 pounders, man. One of them is over there on the beach, to the right of the inlet. As we're looking at the inlet and the buoy right there, right my rod tip, you go over there, you can see I got a couple of markers in the water, and then I got a couple of markers there. Fishing off the beach, they were nailing catfish, like big fucking catfish. And that spot for cats kind of surprised me. But Uncount is back. What's up, dude? Sorry I missed you when you slipped in. I got a 8, what'd I say? 8.8 uni smallmouth and a 16-pound uni walleye while you were away. Handful of trophies. A couple of insane Atlantic salmon. Not because they're big, just because they're insane. That's like the fish. Fish keeper. Oh, those are yesterday's muskies. I was shooting for that muskie trifecta. Man, and all I got was trophies. So there's that, 16-pound uni walleye and 8.819 uni smallie, and then random stuff. Yes, I guess that is nice, and this has been a pretty good day fishing. Even though my net's only 340 pounds, I skipped time and really wasn't trying to pound out the net. But I was trying for a 10-pound smallmouth and a 20-pound walleye. So being 8.8 pounds and 16 pounds is pretty far away from the goal, but that's usually how it goes, right? You got to catch 30 commons, 20 trophies, and then bam, you get a uni. Now that's fighting like a walleye. He's staying down deep, rod's bent hard, but he's not a very big one. I'm going to guess he's an 8-pounder. Maybe 9 with this much rod bend. No! 10.9, almost 11. God, if I could catch one of those in real life, I would be ecstatic. And in this game, it's like, nice. So there's I watch a lot of YouTube, right? I try to stay away from TV, but sometimes I get caught up in that, watching the news and screaming at the headlines like, you just said last month the opposite of what you just said just now. So yeah, I'm that guy. But on YouTube, there's 2 people. Maverick, and get this, his freaking YouTube name is Mav, M-A-V. That's it. 3 letters. How many 3-letter YouTube channels do you know of? Anyway, check out Mav. He lives in the back of his pickup truck. He lives at his mom and dad's house, and so he doesn't pay rent anywhere, right? But he travels the country. He goes all kinds of places. I think his mom and dad are in Michigan or somewhere in the East Coast, like New Hampshire. I don't know. I can't remember. But he still has a bedroom and some of his junk stored at their house. He doesn't really live with mom and dad. Anyway, he's probably late 20s. Uh, oh yeah, the Mav is a pretty good channel. Truck camping and fishing. He has a buddy in Door County, Wisconsin called Spencer. And I first saw Spencer. He's a fishing guide. Big Bite Adventures LLC.com. Big Bite Adventures LLC.com. I'm positive because I just looked it up today to look at his fishing gallery. Man, he has so many enormous friggin' walleyes, you would not believe it. I highly recommend visiting the photo gallery at bigbiteadventuresllc.com. Guy's name is Spencer. He's taken Mav fishing. It sounds like they have known each other for years. He didn't really charter Mav. They just went fishing together, like two guys hanging out, drinking beer, partying. And then they came back and they built a cardboard box fish smoker. That was a pretty cool episode because they also caught shitty salmon who had already spawned, and they were like on the weekend of their life, or the last leg of their life. And you can tell that by the color of a fish. Oh, he spawned out. He's on his last leg. So they caught him and they weren't going to throw it back because they'd be throwing him back and he'd die. So they said, well, let's go ahead and smoke it. So they didn't have the proper stuff. They just decided to build a cardboard box smoker. It was a great episode. Anyway, that dude Spencer is a riot. I would love to go to Door County and go fishing with that guy. I'm pretty sure he publishes prices of a weekend on his website. So I think, man, more or less, it's under $500 to go fishing for a dream fish, like a big fat freaking walleye, and probably a ton of medium and smaller ones that you get to keep and eat. And it's not just walleye, dude. He goes muskie, pike, giant panfish, crappie, bluegill. Also, there's salmon and trout, and the smallmouth he has pictured on his gallery are phenomenal. And he also has been on Natalie Up North, has gone out fishing with Spence. Now that wasn't them just being buddies. That was them, she bought a charter and he was being on his best behavior, being polite, not swearing, not drinking. But he's a cool guy. I would hang out with Spencer all day long. I'd hang out with Natalie Up North and Mav too. That'd be fun as hell. So what the hell got me on that topic? Oh, just yeah, YouTube channels. That Mav dude, Blue Gabe, Darcizzle Offshore, Natalie Up North. I don't watch her very much anymore. She started I don't know, not doing stuff I liked. Although I was interested in the kayaking, it, you know, it, it's a little slower than some of the other. Oh, that's what started me on that. Was I want to watch somebody do a catch, clean, and cook on muskies, because I've never really heard anybody talk much about muskie and pike as a good eating fish. They're just big and mean, or hell of a fight. So everybody wants to catch a big old muskie or pike. And I was talking about, I love the fact that salmon are delicious, and halibut. I would love to go down and hang out with Darcizzle Offshore and her buddy or her boyfriend Brian. Brian is a riot. The former New Jersey guy, sounds like a Jersey guy anyway, in Florida. Older guy with a beautiful young girl, and she kind of annoys me sometimes. She's just so hell bent on fishing. Brian's trying to make jokes and have fun, and Darcy's like, grab that, get it, gaff him, get the net. She's going off. It's hilarious. But then Brian is the cook. I see you on count. And they do a segment after they go fishing. Darcy cleans the fish, and then Brian cooks the fish. And he's just going to YouTube, getting ideas from other people's recipes, and then sometimes he makes things up, or everybody has their favorite mixture. Deer meat for dinner. He always uses Everglades seasoning on everything. I think Blue Gabe mixes it up a hell of a lot more than his brother Blue, or his brother Deer Meat. And Blue Gabe's girlfriend, Kelly Young, she leans toward more like, what do they call that? Raw fish stuff. Not I think it's sashimi. Is a raw fish salad or dip. I guess that's fish dip. And yeah, she likes sushi and veggies and fruity stuff with her fish. But damn, I'm jonesing for some salmon now. I have some in my freezer. Yeah, I know it was farm. No, does it say wild caught? I think it says farm raised salmon, frozen fillets. But no breading, no bullshit, no fish sticks. That's not fish. God, that just reminded me how long it's been since I've even been to a Friday night fish fry anywhere with deep fried fish. God, haddock, whatever, and French fries. Man, I need to get out more, man. Oh yeah, it's one thing I did not go fishing for in Alaska because I just didn't know where and how was trout. And I guess Alaska has some really good trout places, but they're kind of a travel or a bit of a travel. They're not just everywhere. And I think you need a secondary stamp on your fishing license or whatever. And that was even back in the 80s, so I'm sure that's still a thing. And yes, I did kill a moose while I lived in Alaska. I used my uncle's Browning 30-06. It was the most beautiful gun I've ever seen. He had never taken it outside. He bought one because, hey, I live in Alaska. You're supposed to have these if you go moose hunting. And he would never go. So one of the guys from church asked me, and I'm like, hell yeah, but I don't have a gun. He's like, oh, well, it's like, I have an older gun, but it's kind of small for moose. It was my deer rifle down in Oklahoma. Oh, crap. Something just got off my line. So my uncle's like, oh, I got a gun. Of course, when we went hunting, it was raining. And the moose was only a yearling. He had little, what do they call them, buds? What? I mean, I don't think they call a moose a spike buck, like deer. But he just had the starter antlers. Yeah, dude, I tell you, moose was delicious. I lived in Palmer, Alaska, for about 3 years. Then Wasilla for a year and a half, and Anchorage for the last 6 months I was there. Um, so in Palmer, there was a bar. It was like the only bar in town way back then, or the best bar in town. The most, like, there was a hole in the wall for a certain type of people, right? That was just like the hardcore hangout alcoholics, skid row, no job. How in the hell do they even buy a shot of whiskey? Kind of place where you go and bring your own bottle sometimes. And then there was a regular bar, and that regular bar had a wildlife buffet every Friday. So every Friday it was something weird and different. Oh, fish on. And I'm not talking about any kind of a fancy buffet. It was just a 6 foot banquet table with a couple of those sterno burners and a wire rack with a foil pan on top of that, tin foil pan, like a turkey roaster oven thing, disposable. And then it had a bunch of like 1 inch or inch and a half, 2 inch cubes of meat in it. Sometimes there was some sort of a sauce like a teriyaki or not really barbecued, but I think their goal was to present everything as just raw and authentic as possible. Not raw, as unmolested as possible. So I've eaten bear, moose, elk, caribou, otter, beaver, whale, walrus. The owner was a Eskimo, therefore he had a subsistence license, and he had access to his tribe was still able to hunt walrus and whales, I guess. I had seal, um, ptarmigan, which is a spruce grouse, spruce hen, and then let's see what else. There was rabbit, snowshoe rabbit, I guess. Ptarmigan. Oh, there was doll sheep. Had sheep there once. But it's not like all of this was on the table at the same time, right? There was always going to be salmon out. There was probably always going to be halibut. But they were all diced up into little bite-sized nibbles, you know? Let's see. Salmon was frequent. Moose was always out. Bear was a rare thing. All the weird exotic shit were, hunters who donated to the bar. And a lot of times they'd donate something and it would go to the freezer for a while until, they needed to have a feature meat, and then they had the standard stuff. A little moose, a little salmon, a little ptarmigan. Ptarmigan was pretty frequent. Um, oh, you know what? Is it ptarmigan? The white bird with the feathery feet, and the spruce grouse is something different. Black and white, kind of like a pebbled, looks like a barred rock chicken, only miniature. Bam, fish on. I don't know. It was fun. Bunch of dudes with hipster beards before hipster was a thing. No, there were mountain men beards in there, man. I'll tell you, a bunch of hippies, a bunch of blue collar carpenters, electricians, tin knockers. At the time we rolled in, anyway, we would roll in right after work, so that was around 4 o'clock. Working 7 to 3:30. Rolling the bar at 4 o'clock. Hit their little buffet, get hungry for some real food, and then go our separate ways. I loved Alaska, if you can't tell. Every winter, when I lived in Alaska, I went to Hawaii for 2-week vacation. It was just part of what you did. You knew you had to lay up some cash to get the hell out of the town for 2 months or for 2 weeks, because winter up there seems to last 8 full months, man. Spring is only 2 weeks long, and fall is only 2 weeks long, so you get about a 2.5 month, or maybe 3 full months of summer. June, July, and August. But it's cold as hell all the way up until April, May, June, April into May. So like early May, still colder than hell. Snows all through April. But I mean, Alaska's cold is 100 times preferable to Chicago cold. Here it is damp and humid and soaks into your bones, gets through all your clothes because of the dampness in the air. Alaska, it's a dry cold, just like going out into the desert. It's a dry heat. Very different experiences. So when it's, 10 below or 0 degrees, we were still working outside. Not a big deal. In Chicago, at 0 degrees, oh, you're friggin' miserable. You're going to get frostbite because of the moisture in the air. Well, you probably won't get frostbite if you keep working and you have, hot hands and all the other protections, because I've been there, done that. Try to stay out of the, slushy snow rain when it's snow raining, sleeting. But in Alaska, man, it's kind of like there's hardly ever sleet. Like I said, there's snow on the ground sometimes all the way through April, and then into May. And then 2 weeks of May, the trees go from nothing to buds to full-on leaves. They know they only have a short time to bloom or to thrive. And that's typically birch and alder and willows and spruce. So the evergreens are green all year, and they don't really change from fall to winter or spring and fall. But man, it's fantastic. You get up in the morning, it's like 50 fucking degrees outside or 45 degrees outside in June, and you have on a t-shirt, a flannel shirt, maybe a hoodie. You go off to work. The minute you unload tools, you strip off your hoodie. The minute you start running a nail gun, you strip off your flannel shirt, hang it on a wall on a nail somewhere, and you're in a t-shirt. Then it gets up to 70 degrees in the middle of the day. You're not sweating because it's such a dry environment, but you're working hard enough to sweat. So you need to drink water. Drink till you pee, as they say, or you're dehydrated. I learned that from my hippie friends that I used to work with. Dude, these are the kind of guys who had the big mountain man beard, wore a leather cowboy hat, um, puka shells because they went to Florida every winter also. This leather wristband, I guess it was his watch, but it looked like a Conan the Barbarian gauntlet. At least this one guy I'm describing, Mike. And then Curtis. Curtis was a biology school teacher. Middle school, 8th grade, high school um, is what he did for the first 3 or 4 years out of college. And he's like, fuck this. And he went to Alaska and became a carpenter. Grew his hair long, grew a big old hipster beard, mountain man beard, I should say. And boom, shit. He found a guy who owned a lumber yard, and they became friends drinking at the bar. And then the guy told him where he lived, or told him who he was. You know, it was just Kurt and some dude drinking at the bar, hanging out. And he's like, Kurt's like, yeah, I'm looking for a place up Kinnick Road. I really like it up there. And the guy's like, dude, I own Kinnick Lumber. I think it was Kinnick Lumber. Or it was some lumber yard on Kinnick Road. And he had an adjacent property um, with a log cabin on it that he had purchased and rehabbed a little bit, but it was very rustic. So he's like, tell you what, you go live in the cabin because if somebody's living in it and keeping it up and maintain it, it's going to be a lot better than just leaving it there to fall apart. So Kurt had more or less like free rent. And I went to his place on a number of occasions. We'd go over there and drink beer. He had to haul water out of the creek. He had a 5-gallon bucket. He'd go dip in the creek. And then he'd bring it in, and he had a barrel, like a regular 55-gallon oil drum barrel wood stove in the cabin. It had shake shingles on it. It was well chinked. Um, the door was a little sloppy, so he fixed up the door. He got it better weatherproofed. He replaced or turned the windows into double pane, or he rigged up some trim on the outside and put an extra pane of glass on there. Made it a fake double pane over the winter. But they were inoperable because there was solid glass on the outside. Um, let's see, what else did he do to it? He told me. Oh, he rigged up kind of an indoor bathtub. So he'd bring in his 5-gallon drywall bucket, or plastic bucket of water. He'd pour 3 or 4 gallons into this big metal bucket that he could set on top of. Oh, was it a big old cast iron pot? I don't think so. I think it was a big old, maybe it was a stainless steel bucket or soup pot type thing. So anyway, that was on the floor. So he'd all water in the plastic bucket. Then he'd pour it into the stainless steel bucket. Then he would lift that up onto the stove, and then the water would get hot. And then he had like a horse trough, like you've seen in the old movies, in cowboy movies. That's what he did. And there was no curtain around it or anything. He lived in there by himself. So when 4 of us invaded his place to hang out for the weekend and drink, we weren't going to drive anywhere. We were just going to hang out there and party, and um, pretty much had a fire outside, sat around on some tree stumps, smoked, partied. Time for bed. Everybody grabbed a sleeping bag, and nobody took a shower. Basically, we just, next morning, see you later, Kurt, and everybody was gone. So he didn't need privacy like that, but yeah. He would boil the water. He'd then put that into the horse trough, and he would usually, what do they call that? A shower a sailor shower. So he would just get a big old sponge, and he would dip it in the hot water. He'd squeeze that onto his head. He'd shampoo his hair, and then he had to basically bail out the horse trough like bailing out a boat. So he had a railroad tie, or a 6x6 basically, and he'd prop up one end so all the water would, gravity flow to the other side, and he would just scoop out all the dirty water with progressively smaller bucket. He would use like a 1-gallon bucket, then a plastic cup, and then he would throw some more fresh water in there and drain that. And he had a system, man. Oh, and then the other boiled water he would pour into a container that he would then boil again and turn into coffee. He had it all worked out. It was pretty cool. And of course, there was an outdoor outhouse. He rebuilt that also because it was in pretty poor condition. Man, I forgot I had spent so much time hanging out with Kurt. Dude, the Alaska State Fair in Palmer was ridiculously fun. Fur Trader Days, or what do they call it? Trapper Days? I thought it was Fur Trader Days. Starts out in Anchorage, and that's the beginning of the Iditarod. Is it the beginning or the end? Do they start in Fairbanks and go to Anchorage, or start in Anchorage and go to Fairbanks? Anyway, it's a big party, dude. Why am I still here? Leave this fucking computer and go to Alaska, Troy. Well, I think the ship's done sailed on walleye. So I'll make a. I'm at the 45-foot mark. One last valiant effort. Trying to get this stop and go at. Too late. Too close to the boat. Oh, and there goes some fish on the fish finder. All right. Last blast before I run out of gas. Um, yeah, I'm gonna jump forward probably to 2 o'clock. And you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna keep fishing this area. 2 a.m. Yeah. Kind of flat, so not peak, but not terrible. Oh, oh, I see a connection flashing. Either my game's trying to update or my connection is faltering. I still see the stream working. Bam. Oh, come on. It was right in the sweet spot between 80 and 60 something feet. Oh, you know what though? Maybe sometimes that 80 spot is actually um, a ridge underwater and like snag. Hello, Mr. Smallmouth. Let's take a wild shot out into Trophy Land. Never, never took. Oh crap! Blew the cast. Never took a uni from over there. There's someone outside my window. Okay, so could be just two snag spots in that direction, or I had two hits. But that's also where the salmon live, so they're kind of frustrating to reel in, to tell you the truth. Yeah, I could hear the maintenance guy pushing the trash cart past the window, but he stopped outside. It's getting a little warm in here. 2:30. Man, I keep going a little too far to the right there. Uncown went fishing. I saw him sign in as a friend list on Fishing Planet. After this, I'm probably going to play some more Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Chronologically, it is the first game in this series, and it's kind of blowing my mind. It's really bizarre that they've got some technology. When they put an artifact into a machine, it allows you to, I don't know, transport back in time holographically and relive the world. So it's really strange. You have to go around that world and collect these different artifacts, and then those artifacts kind of like allow you to go to the next part of the story. I mean, in the broadest terms. Um, but I guess there's 11 games in the series um, over the last. Oh, fish was after it, but I yanked it out. There's 11 games in the series, but they've been released chronologically because I think they didn't realize that they put out a game in a certain time period, and then they realized, holy cow, they had this backstory, but the game was really well done and popular. So they're like, holy shit, we can flesh this out, and they did. It goes back to like Adam and Eve. It actually goes back pre-human, and then they run Adam and Eve. And Adam and Eve, one of the artifacts is the apple. Adam and Eve steal the apple from this alien race that was here before humans, and then that's what starts, humankind by not having. I don't know, man. It's really hard to piece it all together. I had to go and read a Wikipedia article about this background on what am I getting these artifacts and why do I sometimes have flash forwards to fish on flash forwards to some lady in a laboratory and me in some kind of pod. And you're in the pod. When you're in the pod, you're having hallucinations or holographic connection to this historical experience. That's not really true history, of course, but pretty interesting game, man. And Assassin's Creed Odyssey begins in the Roman Empire with the Romans, the Greeks. I'm sorry, the Spartans, Romans, Greeks. Um, you've got giant rowboat ships and pirate ships from Athens, and of course you can raise the sail. And you have to have, well, your ship isn't a pirate ship. You're an independent sail ship or merchant ship. But there are Spartan ships with red sails, and yeah, man, it's just fucking cool. So I've picked up pieces of a spear and found a place. Oh, God. Found a place where you forge these artifacts into a legendary weapon. Of course, then you power up or you level up. Unlocks a skill tree. You get to choose if you want to have increased warrior skill with a spear or increased bow and arrow skill as an assassin. Really cool game. I don't know if I'm ever going to get through the other 11 games though, because I'm telling you, Odyssey is it's huge. It'll take 100 hours minimum, and I got it for $15. It was on sale on Epic. $15. 100 hours. Alright, this is going to be a small walleye, but at least I'm catching walleye. And not as many bass. Pretty sure I'm in the right spot too. As far as hitting my marker with where my lure enters the water and then dragging it through the appropriate channel or area, getting up here closer to the boat, I guess I should say 30 to 70 feet instead of 50 to 80 feet, because they seem to be hitting much closer here. So you get off the bottom. Hola, it's Illusion XD. What's going on, man? I assume you play Fishing Planet and you've been to Michigan, so you must be level 30 or 40 something minimum, or buy the DLC. Alright, well, before I cast, my beer got warm, so I'm going to grab a cold one. Did I pause? Nope. Or mute? Nope. So you heard that. Oh, dude, it's Illusion. If you're level 15, man, you got so much more fun ahead of you. So you probably been to Emerald Lake, maybe? Grinding those small walleye. Dude, get the kayak, rent it if you can't buy it. Don't spend a shit ton of money on any junk. Just buy the bare minimum. You want to get a bigger net, but I always recommend people skip 2. So if you unlock a 3-rod case, skip it. Get to the second one, skip to 2. Wait for the 5-rod case, that kind of thing. If you unlock the canoe or the kayak, don't buy it. If you need one, rent one. But man, if you're in Emerald Lake, rent that canoe or first watch KP Shamino's YouTube videos about the unique sauger, the grass pickerel. There's a huge grass pickerel, very easy to catch in a specific spot, really easy to find. There's a black crappie spot, but mostly the unique sauger, super simple to find. They hit that purple narrow spoon. I prefer to use the purple worm and the glow-in-the-dark yellow worm like I'm using right now, maybe with a 3 or 4-aught hook. Trophy. But yeah, I love Emerald Lake. Once you realize that there's more than just walleye and yellow perch there, it's so much fun to try to, go off to the left side of the dock and catch the bluegill. Go to the right side of the dock and catch the, what is it, red ear? No, Oscars? No. I don't know. There's a bunch of sunfish in that area. Maybe it's a green sunfish? I can't remember. But then there's also the redfin pickerel, the young northern pike. But of course, everybody's after the unique sauger and the unique grass pickerel. Pretty sure it's a uni. Um, don't remember if, yeah, 8 pound is a big walleye. Yeah, when you're used to fishing Emerald Lake and you only get threes and fours, maybe 5 pound is a big fish in that lake. I currently have an 18.5 pound walleye and I'm shooting for a 20 pounder. Oh, fish on. Nah, it's gonna be a baby. No, it's a smallie. Yes, indeed. So, it's illusion. If you're not familiar, I'll show you something real quick. You may already know this. Um, you can go to this 3-bar star thing and look at, basically, I look at the fish. So if you go to walleye, you can see these are the biggest fish there are. If you click on this guy, you can see his fish history. In his fish history, you can scroll down to that walleye, which was what, 20 pounder? 22 dolly. Come on, come on. There we go. I had lag. Okay, unique walleye 20.880. Oh, that's a different guy than this morning. It was 20.77, I think. Then if you hit click 3D, you can see where he caught it at, the date. You don't get any information on it like what's it called? What bait he used, what time of day he fished, and all the important, meaningful stuff. You're still doing Lone Star? Really? But dude, Emerald Lake is you must have enough prize money from Lone Star to go to Emerald Lake. And like I said, KP, like K for ketchup, and P for Popeye. KP Shimano. Shimano is like bicycle parts. If you ever had an Ashiki or a Shimano. On YouTube, KP Shimano. He has some great tutorials. Make sure you find the most recent stuff. So maybe KP Shimano 2021 is a good search term. He's got a lot of good tutorials. And he'll show you how to make a ton of money and mostly XP points, even fishing in Emerald Lake, and how to find that unique sauger and the unique grass pickerel. I've had a couple bites, man, or hits. Have you figured out how to get the what is it called? Buffalo smallmouth buffalo fish in Lone Star? They come in about 5 or 6 pounds, I think. You use dough balls and I think a 4/0 hook. No, wait, they're smallmouth, right? So maybe a number 1 hook or a 1/0. Anyway, KP, yeah. There's a fish in Lone Star Lake. You stand at the middle of that wooden bridge. Stand in the middle of the wooden bridge, cast towards the big water, go out 60 feet, and you want to let your dough ball, D-O-U-G-H, dough, you put a dough ball bait on there. You cast it out on a bobber about 60 inches deep, I think. I think the water's only 48 feet deep, so they're bottom feeders. They'll go down to the bottom. Yeah, there's like a 5 or 6 pound smallmouth buffalo, or buffalo smallmouth in Lone Star. You have dough balls. Well, go on YouTube, look up KP Shimano Lone Star Buffalo. I guarantee you will find his video and it'll show you exactly where to start pulling out 4 and 5 pound fish, no problem. that that will give you a whole lot of XP. You'll get a bunch of points money. I'm sure you know there's a pile of dirt at Lone Star Lake where you can get free redworms. You just go dig in the dirt and you can dig your own redworms to use for bait. All right, dudes, I think my time here is freaking almost done. Although we're riding the same exact weather wave to the end. So 3 a.m., game over at 5 a.m., so that's 30 minutes in real life time. 1 hour for in-game is 15 minutes real life. Um, and I'm definitely going to call it quits and play some Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I tried streaming that yesterday, but 10 people started hanging out, yapping outside the window and smoking. And then everybody lit up dope. So I got annoyed and quit. How much money do I have? I have $5,448,000. I did not never cheated. I was just never spent the money that I have until I needed it. I always use the rule of two. Oh, I'd like to catch 10 more. I use the rule of two. I would never buy something until I was at least could buy something two levels better than what I qualified for. So that was kind of like a rule of thumb. I knew I needed a fish or a rod for a fish between, well, that the Troy rod at the very beginning of the game is great. It's I think up to a 13 pound. Uh, it's a 13 pound rod, so you put like a 12-pound reel on it, and 10-pound line is what you can afford to start with. So then my next goal was to get a 20-pound rod. I wanted to jump from like 10-pound basic to 20-pound. Then from 20-pound, I wanted to go to a 40-pound. So I didn't buy junk in between. And I'm just cheap. So then I would go to a lake when I would qualify to access a new lake. I made sure that I had a good loadout. I bought all my bait, all that crap, and I would travel there once and stay there for a long time so I wouldn't have to repay that travel cost. Just buy a new license there. Because you got to buy a new license every day. Even if you have a permanent license, like I do for this lake. Otherwise, you have to pay a full license fee each day. I'm only paying a partial because I have a permanent license. So I guess I'm getting a daily permit. I don't know. Something else that when I was a noob, like, and I guess a lot of us have done it. A lot of guys I've talked to have done this. Man, come on, fish. How about if we change it up? Put on a glow crank. Now, we may not get nothing. This seems to attract trout and smallmouth more than the walleye, but man, what was I thinking of telling you? Anyway, dude, my recommendation is go from Lone Star, go to New York, which is Emerald Lake, catch walleye. You'll get a bunch of XP. Stay there till you're like level 30. You're gonna get bored. That's why I recommended trying to find every unique species at that lake, or any species that's not just a walleye, just for fun to keep yourself interested. And then once you're level 30, don't go buy a bunch of junk. Get a 10 and a 20-pound line if you can, or rod if you can afford it after Emerald, and go to the Everglades. You can grind and farm largemouth bass and peacock bass until you're just sick and tired of bass. But you'll be level 40 before you leave there, easy. And then go anywhere. Then you can hit Nerin and Mudwater and Colorado and Oregon and California and Alaska, and eventually you'll go to Europe and all that crap. This game has been one of my favorite games for almost 4 years. They do keep adding new content. You don't have to spend a lot of money. I have bought some DLC, but it's not pay to win by any means. Oh, there's a girl named Krystally. Krystally. It's like crystal but jacked up. Krystally. And then there's a dude named Warlord Sully. Warlord, W-A-R, Warlord Sully, S-U-L-L-Y. I think it's Warlord underscore Sully underscore gaming, maybe. Anyway, they do raffles and they give away DLC. Yeah, dude, what you want is the fish keeper. But if you look at the top, it says my max fish weight is 300 pounds. My total weight right now, I have, my current max total weight, max fish weight. I could put one 300-pound fish in this basket. It's big. It's a big net. And it's a 1,000-pound net. Right now, you probably have a net that only allows you to keep 5 pounds of fish or 10 pounds of fish. Don't go crazy and buy every next big one. Try to skip one, right? So you have the bare minimum right now. It might be wise to buy the bigger one while you're at Lone Star because it's free to travel to Lone Star. But then, like, try to skip two. Skip two. And don't get the stringer. The stringers are cheaper. You want to buy a fish keeper because with the fish keeper, you can delete fish. So if you go over your limit, you can start releasing fish. If you go over your limit and catch a full stringer, then you just have to quit for the day because you're out of stringers. You don't have any more space on the stringer, and you can't get rid of 5 fish to release the 6th fish because you have to give all the top 6 fish away. So if you get the fish keeper, you can get down and release 1 fish at a time anywhere in your list. I think. I've never bought a stringer, but somebody told me that don't ever get the stringer. Yeah, shit. Man, I was going to tell you one more thing about the fish keeper thing. You know what? I'm not liking the crank. Oh, just throw a bass jig out there. Totally jack up the system. Oh, yeah, I remember. Okay, so when you want to empty your keep net or your fish net or your stringer, you don't have to leave the lake. Do not leave the lake. Just press T and you will change time. Click next day and it will automatically cash out, empty your net, and start you fresh on the next day. I thought I had to leave the lake in order to sell my fish, then go buy my stuff at the bait shop or the store, buy all my gear, and then fly back to the lake and pay more travel costs. So I was a noob, but you don't have to do that. You can just start another day, as long as as long as you don't absolutely need to go back to the bait shop. If you need to go back to the bait shop, then leave the lake, but you're going to pay travel fees again, rather than just press T, go to time, choose next day or next morning, and bam, you forward to the next morning. It sells all your fish, and you're ready to go fishing. Saves you a ton of money on travel. So about another 25 minutes on my clock in the game. 3.5 hours on the game clock, or 3:30 to 5 is an hour and a half. That's 15 minutes plus 7 minutes, so 22 minutes. And then my day fishing here is over. I'm going to go ahead and swap back to that yellow worm because nothing else is working. Bam. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a bass. Except it's acting like a walleye. Smallmouth. And it just dawned on me, you might have been asking, how do you buy a net? You go to the shop and you go to tools and equipment, keep net. Okay, so these are what's available to me here. Tools and equipment, stringer. Oh, you can't buy a stringer while you're at the lake, but if you're at the main dock, and it's free to travel back and forth to Lone Star, so you can do that. All right, let's see. I wanted the yellow worm again. What the hell? Let's mix it up and toss it over by the trophies. I'll take a trophy walleye. Not getting much speed off of this. Wow, it must be really deep there. Bam, fish. Oh, fish snagged. Oh, if you guys haven't seen this particular YouTube channel, it's a guy's called Bama Bass. He lives in Alabama. So Bama Bass, Bama Bass, one word. He built himself a 5-acre bass pond recently. He started with like a 100-gallon aquarium, and he caught a bass and he took it home as a pet. Then he built a backyard frickin' lake, or backyard pond. And now he built a 5-acre pond because apparently he's rich. Oh, I just boned that. Yeah, over here to the left, man, there's a lot of, mostly salmon. I always pull salmon out of here. But those markers are some 8 or 9 pound trophy walleye, so that's not bad. I just noticed my stream chat has a video camera icon next to my chat field. It's probably only there for me as a host, but I've never noticed that before. What the hell? Oh, would that be like if I had a webcam, I could suddenly pop in and show my face and say something silly? Turn it on or off? I don't know. I'm a pro streamer. Not. Been a long day at Emerald Lake, or St. Croix Lake. Okay, so I'm going to pause that for a second. Click that chat identity. How your name appears in chat. So that's some channel badges stuff. Okay, not interested. All right, I'm gonna shoot for the 18-pound spot. Hoping for one last uni. Dude, it's so surprising to me how many absolutely phenomenal fish I caught at 4:45 a.m., 15 minutes before the game session is over for the day, or 4:55 even. The last 5 or 10 minutes of the day in the game. Ah, snag. And, no, come on, don't snap off my rig. There we go. Nope, still snagged. There we go. And now I'm dragging a shell. Or some mollusks. That's the word I was looking for before. Yeah, I don't know what those are. They're not clams, they're not oysters. I think those are mollusks. Ah, discard. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh. Okay, going for the favorite spot. Oh, you're saying left of the red thing? Left of the buoy? Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, dude, I usually get Atlantic salmon over there. I deleted those markers because it was pretty much a guarantee. Come on, let's get those stop and go dots up. Oh, I'm way fast. Oh, wow. I accidentally had spun my reel speed up. Not what I wanted to do. Bam, fish on. Oh, fish gone. Shit, suddenly it's 4 a.m. Well, now this glowworm may not be so effective. I'll probably switch over to purple real quick here. Alright, I'll switch over to purple worm and toss to the left of the buoy. So if you're level 15, how do you know? Bam, fish on. Oh, snag on. Actually, you know what? Warlord Sully has played through the game on PlayStation to level 60 something, I guess, I think. PC on Steam. And then there's a Windows 10 Xbox app where you can play Xbox game on Windows 10 with the Xbox app. And of course, there's an Xbox App Store for Windows 10, which is the stupidest marketing cluster I've ever heard of. But, alright. Small fish on. Small eye? Or smallmouth? Really? On the glowworm? Okay. Yeah, they do like the purple worm too. Backpack. Jigs. Think I feel a need for speed. There we go. 2x made it work. Oh, might need to go to 3. There we go. Well, this would be hilariously magical if this pans out. I bring in a big old walleye. Ah, had a snag or had a strike. Only 60 feet from the boat now. Last 45 minutes of the clock. A little more to the left, meaning farther from the buoy or tighter to the buoy. And honestly, slow and steady. Gonna have to knock it down to 1 speed. Yeah, it won't even go, there we go, straight and slow. Yeah, you'll be talking to the fishes, wearing some concrete shoes. That sounds like a frickin' salmon recipe. Straight and slow on the left side of the buoy. Although they do like stop and go. Alright, last cast in that area, man. Gotta let it sink. Oh! It went blue for a second. Something hit it. Yeah, looks like a salmon. Oh, it's a bass. Running back and forth. Okay, well, caught one somewhere else. Time to alternate patterns. Three might be a little too fast. "95 feet out. We're getting into the zone." Holy crap, this last hour or so has been dead. What else was I shooting out here for? I think I was shooting a spoon. Oh. Yeah, let's look at that other rod. Of course, that was also nighttime, right? But take a wild stab with this. Oh, and then we should try maybe the nano spoon or the perch spoon. Wild stab. This thing was getting me a ton of salmon when I was using it. It was also dark at night. Yeah, trust me, it'll be, well, I guess it'll be before the game turns over to 5 a.m. And if that's the case, then I should just start throwing the purple narrow spoon. Just catch any little 4-pound walleye. Ah, duh. Why didn't I think of that? The purple narrow. Let's see, it's a partly cloudy day. You know, purple always works. He's staying down deep. Feels like a walleye. Nope. It is definitely a walleye. 4.2. Bingo. Thanks for the follow. Let's see. I am going to go to the purple narrow. Well, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to use this over here. Got a uni. Then after this, for the last 15 minutes, I'll use the purple narrow. Oh, I think I was probably using this because it's a 1 ounce 4-aught and I could cast it farther. The purple narrow is only like a 1/4 ounce. All right, thanks for the follow. It's Illusion. Appreciate it. I think you are follower 111. I hit 110 yesterday. I love those big round numbers. So next up is 300. No, 150. And then I'm going for 300, then 500. Is my favorite spots. Woohoo! Oh, snag. Oh man, I'm going to be breathing exhaust fumes for the next 5 minutes. All right, let me switch over to the purple narrow spoon. This is the spoon that you should be using in Emerald Lake when you go to New York. You may already know this. A lot of times they will hit me right at the bow, so I don't want to rush it. But let's see, purple narrow. Old reliable, old faithful. But I don't think it has quite the casting range. Nope, can't quite get out that far. But it'll get out past that magical 90-foot mark, I think. Yeah, it would go further on a different reel. Man, it sure does sink slow. It's only a 1/4 ounce. Bam, fish on. Oh, what? What? Well, that's weird. Don't generally see a white bass around here. They're usually over by the inlet in that blue sailboat. I guess I'm not fishing deep. It takes a long time for this thing to sink, man. So I want to give a shout out to the lurkers and the folks who stopped in chat, had a conversation. All right, so now we're deep enough. Happy trails on your fishing adventures today and in the future. I'm in the last 15 minutes of my game time, so it's about the last 3 or 4 minutes of stream time. Once it hits 5 o'clock, I'm not going to start a new day. Well, I guess I will, because I'll end up cashing out my bucket. We'll see how much money I made today. Oh yeah, smelling those exhaust fumes from the guy running his car outside my window. Woohoo! Apparently he has a low tire because he's also running an air compressor to pump up the tire. Alright, dude. Gotta let it sink. I should go back to the last cast I'm going to do with the purple worm. Should be able to get that in quick enough against the clock here. Yeah, it reaches a certain point where it just barely sinks anymore. Oh no, my network connection is meter is blinking again. I think that just means that my PC is saving to the cloud for Fishing Planet, because the picture, it's an icon of a PC terminal and then the globe. So that could be either your internet connection to the world is failing, or your PC is updating to Fishing Planet cloud. All right, last 8 minutes of the fishing day. Got to do a quick switch on the lure. To the worm. Cast the best spot in the lake, or my best spot so far. Last 6 minutes of the in-game clock. Okay, back reel a little slack, let it sink faster. Get some stop and go happening, come on. Change back to 2-speed. Here, kitty kitty. Here, Wally Wally. We're in the zone, man. 75 feet out. Yeah, we're going to get skunked on the last cast. We can get one more cast in. Oh! Oh, I got in a hurry and it struck right down below. Son of a bitch. Don't it figure? Oh! Did you see that? Oh, it's the meter is still bouncing up and down. Right when I got to the top to click, it forced me into extend the stay. Oh well, let's cash out and see what we got. $41,000 in this day. Cloudy day of fishing. But I am using premium, so I got 8,000 XP points. If I wasn't using premium, I would be at about 5,800 XP points and $27,000, which gives me plenty of money to buy fishing rods and nets that I don't need. So, anyway, like I said, thanks for coming. Hope y'all enjoy your fishing adventures for the rest of the day, the rest of the week, and happy trails. Game Brain is gone.